Very big day. I'll open the meeting with a karakia, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. So we will do a few items of business. We'll do the apologies. I have apologies for lateness from Councillor Calvert. Probably there's a few early departures potentially. McNulty, Ohaya. 5 p.m. Phone. Okay, that's a good deadline. You need to go? Okay, all right. Okay, so
put me in for 3, but it's variable depending.
Yeah, we won't put times. We'll just go early. All right.
Firing line for Wellington today.
And Councillor Calvert for lateness.
She's looking after him.
Oh no.
I've been sent her apologies. That is it. You've got McNulty. All right, brilliant. I will move those. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Paul. Let's get you on the minutes. Ray? Nicola? Conflict of interest? Does anybody have anything they wish to declare? Okay, we'll do it later. Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask in terms of the LTP paper for board members of the CCOs if we need to clear that today?
It's up to elected members to whether to manage their own conflicts of interest. I probably would, my call would be that it's fine, but we can always seek advice later in the meeting if you wish to before that paper comes up. All right, so we'll move on to confirmation of the minutes to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of November 2023. Councillor O'Neill will second, and we'll put that to a vote. That is carried. There are no items not on the agenda, but I will do some reordering of the agenda, but I will do that after public participation. So to take into account the big items that we have to discuss today and the limited amount of time we have. Right, now we have a very special thing to do. As Councillor Paul intends to resign from her position here at Council to focus full-time on her role as an elected Member of Parliament. On behalf of Mayor and Councillors, I would like to thank Councillor Paul for all her contribution as a City Councillor and invite her to give a valedictory speech. And I ask for the full attention of the room as we hear this speech in silence. Kia ora.
Like every speech I've given around this table, I wrote this last night, so I need my laptop. I want to begin by acknowledging Mea Whānau, the Chair, Councillor Matthews, Pauiwi Hohaia and Pauiwi Kelly, Barbara Makero and my colleagues. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā mihi ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, te Atiawa, Taranaki Whānui, rātou ko Ngāti Toa hoki. An acknowledgement to the mana whenua of this rohe that we're privileged to serve on. Throughout my time on council, I have begun my most important kōrero recognising the Indigenous people in an attempt to remind us of the history of the land that we live upon. Who was here before us and the responsibility we have to future generations. The thing that will always stick with me is the extreme generosity and manaakitanga that your tipuna have extended to all people who call this whenua home, ngā mihi. I want to dedicate this speech to my own tipuna, my ancestor Wairaka. Wairaka was the daughter of Tōrua, who was the captain of the Mātātua waka. When Mātātua arrived in Aotearoa, there were a number of tohu or markers that we were looking for to know where the right place for our family and our whānau and our waka to settle, like a waterfall and a cave. The men got off the waka to explore the land we'd arrived at, while the women, children and kaumātua stayed on board. But they didn't secure the waka properly. Typical, nah. Before they left, and while they were out exploring, a massive storm hit and the waka started heading back out to a really treacherous, turbulent sea with all the women, children, the sick and the elderly on board. Wairaka knew that she had to act, but back then it was forbidden for women to paddle the waka. She did a karakia and said, "Kia whakatane au ia hau," which is how Whakatane, where my people are from, got the name that it has today, and means she was asking the atua to forgive her for breaking tapu to paddle everybody back to safety. Without that courage and that bravery, I may not be standing here today before you. To me, this story has always been one that encouraged me to break conventions and norms with the well-being and whakapapa of future generations in mind, and to be brave when embarking into spaces that weren't necessarily designed for us. That is how I have often felt coming into this place, especially as a 22-year-old fresh out of university and as the second Māori woman ever elected to this council. Like, perhaps I shouldn't be here, but while I am here, I need to be brave. I need to use the tools available to me to be a good ancestor in every decision that we make. For at least the first year on council, every time I had to give a speech around this table, I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach, because although I didn't always have the most perfect or palatable ways to try and persuade the outcome that I was seeking, I knew that somebody had to say it, because all of the other renters, students and young people in the city were not around the table to debate as we arrived at the decisions. I was. My first interaction with local government was when I was in high school, and I applied to my local council for a mayoral scholarship to come down here and study at Victoria University. I was an 18-year-old at a Decile 1 high school with nobody in my whānau having gone to university before. And I needed that scholarship because I knew I wouldn't be able to afford student accommodation in Wellington. Pulling out $15,000 up front was not something that my family could afford to do, despite how hard my parents worked every single day. I had never engaged with my local council before, but this experience has stuck with me because over the last 4 years of serving our city, I've seen a big part of our role as supporting the next generation to reach their full potential, whether they grow up in Kandala or Kilburnie, and to also inherit a city which is resilient into the future, a city that they can be proud of. Also, I didn't get that scholarship, so I'm still feeling pretty jaded about that. I could list all of the things I'm proud to have played a part in over the last 4 years, but what I will remember the most is the people that I achieved those besides. Whether that was expanding the potential supply of housing with Councillor Matthews, whether that was getting the Pāneke Pōneke Bike Network plan fully funded with Deputy Mayor Foon, whether that was a youth hub in the central city with Councillor O'Neill, historic funding for climate action with Councillor Pannett, setting up the task force for council housing tenants with Councillor Calvert, getting mana whenua representation on committees like this so that we could get to know and appreciate the wisdom of Pouiwi Hohaia and Pouiwi Liz. Even seeing Councillor Young on Sundays at Mount Cook Mobilised meetings, I have appreciated working with you all, and thank you for all that you've taught me, either directly or indirectly. Thank you for embracing me as an equal. Thank you for considering my point of view, even if it is very different to your own. To the person that makes it happen in real time, Barbara Makero and your team, I will never forget how you led us through the COVID pandemic, but mostly the fact that the council we have today is fundamentally different to the council I entered in 2019. It's a council that is being recognised internationally for doing our bit to curb the most devastating impacts of climate change, and one that tries its best to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I would like to give a particular thanks to some of the officers that have inspired me over the years, particularly Siobhan Proctor, Moana Maki, Vita Cristella and Claire Pascoe for being inspirations to a young woman like me who is really interested in urban planning and delivering transformational projects in our city. I also want to acknowledge the Living Wage movement for making sure that the most important people in this organisation, our cleaners, our security guards, parking wardens and the groundskeepers, are able to survive in this increasingly unaffordable world. As I turn my attention towards representing the people of Wellington Central, I want to end by acknowledging our Mayor. One of my proudest moments during my time on council was seeing you elected as the first wahine Māori Mayor of our capital city. The way that tamariki and rangatahi look at you is so special because they see you and they know that they can be anything that they want to be. I know that you have the commitment, determination, and most importantly, the heart to lead us through the challenging times ahead, some of which we will be canvassing today. To my colleagues, please keep annoying me. Please come to me with anything that I can do to support you because I think we all want the same thing. To the media, thank you for keeping us honest and accountable. To my green whānau, Deputy Mayor Foon and Councillor Winera, kia kaha. Kia ora. I really mean that. To the people, thank you. I now turn my focus towards the systemic change we so desperately need. It has been an honour of a lifetime. Ngā mihi.
E hara I te mea noi nai nei, te aroha no ngā tūpū nai tuku iho, I tuku iho.
I'm not crying. You're crying. So we now move on to public participation, and we're going to open with two very special guests who are two leaders from our Citizens' Assembly, Hene Tiwai and Peter. And I understand, Lexi, you're going to come and introduce them? Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Oh, Councillor Paul, your speech really got me. Go well. So we're really honoured today to have Hene Tiwai Merchant from Seaturn and Peter Bailey from Kauri, who are two participants in our Citizens' Assembly, and they're here to present the report of the Citizens' Assembly in their own words and to answer pātai about their experiences. Kia ora.
Beautiful, thank you. Kia ora koutou, thank you so much for having us here. Ko Hene Tiwai ahau, ko Ngāti Hauti and Ngāi Tahu te iwi. It's wonderful to be able to present you with what we've done at the Citizens' Assembly and to put a face to what we're showing you. It was such a beautiful experience to be able to have a part in the decisions that are made and to be able to give forward what Wellingtonians are thinking and what they think is important to us. So thank you so much for allowing us to do that for you and taking on what we have to say.
Kia ora koutou, ko Peter Bailey tōku ingoa. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you particularly to Mea Whānau, Councillor Matthews, for giving us the venue, this Citizens' Assembly, that allows us to participate in democracy in Wellington. I'm a long-time Wellingtonian. I'm a father. I've been involved in the arts and culture scene in Wellington for some time, participated in events like Cuba Duper. I'm a very proud Wellingtonian. I want to continue to see Wellington as a vibrant, affordable, environmentally sound and livable city that we can all participate in. The Citizens' Assembly took place over several weekends. I'm sure we all had other things to do with our time, but the ability to bring such a diverse group of Wellingtonians together and hear the perspectives of the young and the old, the gay and the straight, Māori, immigrants, students, the disabled. It was a fantastic cross representation of Wellington and the sort of concerns and issues that we could discuss and bring together into some recommendations that we were very proud of in the end, and welcome your questions.
I have a question to start, and thank you so both. It's amazing to see you both. Well, how did the conversations change over the time that you started at the Citizens' Assembly? How did it differ from the beginning and what people felt coming into it to when it came to the end and you sort of coalesced around some key ideas?
I'll start and then I'll hand off to Peter. I think we weren't necessarily sure what we were walking into. There was a lot of we were all kind of stepping back and waiting to receive information, understand how the process is going to form, what decisions we're needing to make as a collective, and definitely that creating the scene of working together, figuring out each other's opinions, our motives around the table, what we're interested in, and over, I think it would have been about halfway when we're all getting to know each other. We know who's at home, where we're coming from, and it made for a really, easy is the wrong word, but a nutritious conversation. It was, so I think we were all able to grow in our own opinions, hear other people's opinions, and come from a place of understanding, but a lot of us were able to step forward and go, I'm not happy with that, or can we change this so that I am happy with that?
Very well. Oh, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, very well stated. So for myself, I wanted a gold plating swimming pool in every suburb, but I think it's quite important to state that council staff, Lexi here, Tiho, and they were fantastic to help guide us without steering us. So we might have come in with some unrealistic expectations about what we could do for council, what we could ask council to do. But one of the first sessions was to outline for us the limitations and restrictions on budget and what it was realistic to expect. So as groups, we divided ourselves into topics of interest, and we came up with some recommendations. It was an iterative process to step through what was realistic, and it was interesting to see when you put a concept to the group, what people would get on board with. So we did peer review one another's recommendations under the ambit of, we know that council has some limitations on what you can afford at the moment. It's page 2 of the post at the moment. But we feel that what we came up with was robust and serves the long-term plan for the future.
Thank you. I do have some questions. Councillor Brown has one.
I don't know if you attended Max Rashbrook's presentation on the Citizens' Assembly, but I had quite a long conversation with Max and also attended his presentation. One of the observations which he made, which is I would also share, is that the what you were considering was too complicated. You know, there were too many variables, and I mean, I'm a big fan of citizens' assemblies, but do you
Need to get to your question,
sorry,
Tim.
do you feel that that in future citizens' assemblies there should be a sort of a narrower scope rather than the kind of across everything type of proposition that you were looking at?
I'd like to suggest that one of the recommendations that we agreed on is that this was obviously a pilot citizens' assembly, and there was quite a lot to unpick, but we made a recommendation on process that sought ongoing contribution. Maybe not the same people as the Citizens' Assembly, but we would like to see a two-way communication between Council and future Citizens' Assemblies to see whether the goals that we had suggested and recommended could be realistically tracked, and whether they would still be feasible in years ahead. So we appreciate that what we were going to recommend was never all going to be done within a year, but I think that this initial Citizens' Assembly does drive the direction we'd like to see the city, and we'd like to see.
So, Tim, you need to use your mic.
Sorry, if we do the same thing again next year, would we do the same sort of broad range, or would you prefer it, or what would you see it a more focused approach? Because I mean, my observation was that a more focused would have been better.
We're not doing an LTP next year, Tim. To the one we do next year, sorry.
I think the recommendations that we've made could be a baseline for future conversations. Anything around open spaces, anything around driving medium density housing, improving capital expenditure efficiency. Those are good conversations to go back to the public with, and the next Citizens' Assembly might use that as a baseline for further refinement.
So I have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Cool, you may have touched on it a bit. I was interested in the last recommendation around better engagement, because if there's a complaint we hear constantly, it's engagement. I know you're up in the high level, but if there was one really actionable way that we could improve our engagement or consultation processes, could you both sort of, in one sentence or less, with time?
I think obviously you give time for people to come in here and speak. I will say specifically for me, I did not necessarily know that was something that was feasible and that was something you offered to people. So I think creating more of a conversation and putting it out there that you are asking for Wellingtonians to come and give their voice. And especially for young students like me, we're not keeping in touch, we're not reading the papers, we're not necessarily reading the news, but we are affected by the decisions that are made in here. So I think it's trying to find different ways of communicating to people that we can come in here and we can step forward and give you what we're thinking.
We've run out of time, sorry, and we will be considering your report later, and I just want to thank you both for both coming in today, and everybody in the Citizens' Assembly for the gift that you have given us, which we intend to put to good use. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll keep going with public engagement. Rachel Allen is here from the Tawa Community Board. I saw your face there, Rachel. Welcome, no mai. And you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Allen aho. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Tawa Community Board in relation to item 2.4 in the agenda, specifically about the Granada North Sports Hub. I want to start by thanking you for your time and acknowledging that you have a difficult task of balancing community requests in a tight fiscal environment. But you have also made promises, and as we tell our children, it is important to keep promises. It is our children in Tawa and the wider community who will miss out if the promised development of the Granada North Sports Ground is further delayed. This facility upgrade has long been promised and patience is running thin. I provided a handout, I don't know if it's been given out to you yet, but I would like to take you back to 2011 when an article appeared in a local newspaper regarding the Tawa Community Board petitioning Wellington City Council for an all-weather artificial turf in Tawa. That was almost 13 years ago. The petition gained 1,725 signatures, and this was to be the start of what would become to be known as the Granada North Sports Hub. Former City Councillor Malcolm Sparrow informs me that in April 2011, councillors agreed to the installation of an artificial turf in Johnsonville in 2013 to 14, followed by the Granada North Ground in Tawa in 2014 to 15. And then we waited. The 2014 to 15 annual plan states that councillors voted not to proceed with the construction of the Granada North turf, noting that the Tawa Rugby Football Club has decided to construct an artificial sports field at Lyndhurst Park and that Wellington City Council would upgrade the upper field at Redwood Park to a sand-based surface. An artificial sports field was not built at Lyndhurst Park. They have a small indoor artificial training room which is not available to all age groups and not available to other codes. I'm not sure whether the sand-based surface was developed at Redwood, but that only seniors play at Redwood, not juniors. So Tawa kept waiting and advocating for an all-weather sports ground at Granada North. A 2017 article appeared in the Dominion Post, which is also in the handout, talking about the appalling conditions at Granada. And I quote from that article, "Granada North has 87,000 square metres of grounds on multiple levels and is home to sports including football, athletics, cricket and cross-country. Its large green spaces, easy accessibility and car parking spaces means the park is a community favourite for initiatives such as holiday programs, after-school sporting activities and specific events. However, its usage is limited to approximately half of the total space due to the grounds being unavailable, principally because of the poor drainage. And since then, that situation has only got worse. The current captain of the Tawa Junior Football Club told me, "The situation we have now is a pretty desperate one when it comes to wet weather training facilities for our juniors. Football is New Zealand's #1 sport by participation, and we had over 380 junior players registered this year alone. Unfortunately, the regular closure of the Granada North fields and the unavailability of an all-weather turf has meant that many of our junior teams missed training for most of the season, as there just aren't facilities to accommodate them, and getting time on other council grounds has been basically impossible. Whilst the suggestion that the current delay is only going to be a year or two, the reality is that it is just the latest in a long list of delays for this much-needed work. It is no surprise that many people are now wondering when or if this will ever happen. The ultimate losers, of course, are our children and our community, who must continue to put up with seriously subpar facilities for more years. The lower fields have become unusable for the past couple of seasons, and the number of junior players at Tawa has been growing 10 to 15% every year, and the expectation is that this trend will continue and potentially increase further off the back of the FIFA Women's World Cup. Tawa Rugby Club told us that the proposed upgrading of Granada North Park must include both better drainage and an artificial pitch. It would be a huge benefit to not only the rugby club, both junior and seniors, but also to the neighbouring clubs of Johnsonville and Newlands. During the winter, Tawa and the two Johnsonville and Newlands rugby clubs had teams travelling to Upper Hutt on a Friday night to play Ripper Rugby at Maidstone Park because of the conditions at Granada. You can imagine how difficult it is for families when kick-off is at 5:30 p.m. Upgrading the park would also mean that teams could train all year round and not impact on the condition of Lyndhurst Park. And Wellington Olympic Athletics Club tells us that they've been having ongoing discussions with the council for 9 years that has included input on the development of Granada North. Your 2021 to 31 long-term plan states, The current Granada North Park has the size and potential to become a multifunction sport and active recreation hub as residential development and transport links grow over the next 10 to 20 years. This would improve access to high-quality sports and recreation facilities in the northern suburbs. We are planning to spend $13 million in years 3 to 6 to establish the Granada North Community Sports Hub. And in June this year, you produced a flyer which states, "The planning and designs of upgrades to Granada North Park will commence in 2023 and will consider turf renewal, passive and active recreation needs, and the potential for future facilities. Work is expected to start after the design has been agreed." This design should be happening now, as it is now November. Plus, the last rates increase included funding to do this. How could this project be okay 5 months ago, but not now? Why were we as a community board put in the position of talking to the community about this project when the commitment is now potentially not going to be honoured? I would also like to point out that with the on-demand bus service in Tawa, we're in a unique position to have people commuting to the grounds via public transport, and I don't believe any other sports facility in Wellington is in this position. And I know of sort of 10-year-olds who use that bus to get to play there. Whilst we appreciate the financial constraints Council is facing, the goodwill of Tawa residents is fast fading. Please do not delay the upgrade any longer, and please keep the promises you have already made. And I'd like to add to Councillor Paul, I know what you mean about a sinking feeling in your stomach. So ngā mihi.
Thank you, Rachel. We do have a couple of questions. The first from Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Rachel. I don't think I could say it better than myself later in debate today. With that flyer, do you feel like you've been compromised by taking that promise that we put out in June of this year and then taking it to the community?
Definitely, definitely. I'm asked frequently about the sports hub development, as recent as actually yesterday, and it's really hard to say, look, yeah, we know it's been promised, but it's been cancelled again. Yeah.
Quick follow-up, do you think that endears trust in Wellington City Council as an institution to the residents
I think
of
you know
Tawa?
the answer to that, no. Parts of Granada North had some of the biggest rate rises. I myself, I'm not in Granada North, I'm in the other half of Tawa. Our rates rise was 25% personally, and that's a facility that the Tawa kids use. They don't go to the town hall.
And we've got time for a question from Councillor Randall.
Yes. Also, can you comment on the ongoing housing growth in Tawa? Is this use of this ground going to grow?
Oh, I think it will. I mean, I'm not sure the percentage of housing growth, but looking at the resource consents being granted, there's housing going up all the time. Look at the new development by Countdown, and there's a further one to come there. I'm not sure how many new houses have gone in the last sort of 5 years, but I expect it's just going to keep increasing, and there'll be more children wanting to play sport, which is what we want them to do.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're out of questions. Thank you so much. It's always lovely to see our friends from the Tawa Community Board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. And our next submitter, I believe, is online. Welcome, Heather Baldwin from the Kauri Community Hall Trust.
Kia ora koutou. Hello. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you, Heather. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
I'm Heather Baldwin. As you know, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Kauri Community Hall Trust. I'm also the Chair of the Kauri Community Centre, and I'm Chair of the Kauri Business Association. And I know that those two organisations also support what I'm about to say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning on behalf of the Kauri Community Hall Trust. I'm sorry I'm not able to be with you in person, but I'm currently up in Napier. My comments this morning are in relation to item 2.4 on your agenda and the associated paper entitled 2024 to 34 LTP Level of Service Recommendations. And this is where the committee is asked to agree to pause further works on the Kauri Event Centre Community Hall and investigate a potential sale of the building. This is proposal CF8 on page 238 of your papers. You will have all received a letter from me on behalf of the Trust expressing our outrage about this proposal. I do hope that you've found time to read it carefully. I'm asking that the committee amend the recommendation and direct council officers to continue to work with the trust to find ways of completing the building in a way that minimises the cost to council. Now, I acknowledge the fiscal challenges I acknowledge the fiscal challenges you are facing. However, we ask that you equally respect the history and intent of the gift of this facility. It would not only be a travesty, but a significant affront to the generations of people and organisations who have gifted to the council land and buildings that the Kauri Event Centre replaces. The Event Centre was built with substantial community grants, donations and voluntary time. In any other circumstance, I believe a facility like this, in any other location, would have been fully funded by council. And as Rachel before me has said, you have made promises and they should be upheld, and Kauri too is still waiting. There's an awful lot of misinformation and a lack of understanding about the history of why the Kauri Event Centre was developed and what the council's involvement has been. It's really important that these things are properly understood before you make any decision to potentially sell this building. There are 7 important points, and I know that's a few, but I think you need to understand the history of the Event Centre. Firstly, the Event Centre previous facilities that have been demolished. In 2005, Council agreed to the development of a new community hall, and in 2007, the trust that I'm speaking for today was established to lead this project. This is not the product of a group of community do-gooders having a rush of blood to their heads. Secondly, the Council has a moral obligation to provide funding for completion of this building. The area in which the Event Centre has been developed used to have 3 community halls that had been partly gifted to the council in 1999 by the Methodist Church to be used for community purposes. This included the St John's site on the corner of Campbell Street and Kauri Road. That is a highly valuable site that the council now owns, but only because the church wanted it to be used in perpetuity for community purposes. This is why the proceeds from the sale of that site were originally agreed by council to be used for the Kauri Event Centre. Of course, the sale of this site has still not occurred to my knowledge. Thirdly, Kauri needs this facility. A 2006 assessment by council confirmed the need for a new community hall, and that is what led to the Kauri Event Centre being developed. A further 2016 report, commissioned again by council, showed that there was an increase in demand for hall space and a significant decrease in supply. The report noted that in the previous 12 years, the public had lost the use of 7 hall spaces in Kauri. The only spaces built since then are at St Mary's Church, which I understand include offices, a cafe and a preschool facility. That is, it does not include a community hall. So with increased population, the need for a hall space in Kauri must be even greater than it was in the past. I certainly know from my experience at the community centre, we get more requests for bookings than we can cater for with our current space. I also know through my involvement with the Business Association that our businesses frequently ask, when will the event centre be finished? It will bring business to us. Fourthly, I acknowledge the council has put funding into this building, but that funding is well short of the original commitment. The 2 funding contributions made by council to date have been for the avoided costs of not moving and repurposing one of the original halls. Instead, it was decided to demolish that hall in preference of a new one. That amount was $260,000. The other contribution was for $610,000, which was part payment in advance for the sale of the St John's site. I don't know what the site is worth now, but I note that online the estimates show its value is $2.5 million. The trust itself raised over $2 million from other sources to construct the event centre. Sixth, the trust commenced construction without funding to complete the building. Now, some of you may think that that was irresponsible, but that's completely wrong. It was a very sensible and considered decision by the trust because it had $750,000 in grants for the build that would have expired. And so the decision was made to proceed and complete the base build to get a weathertight structure. That project was delivered on time and under budget in January 2018. It cost just over $2.8 million to build. We expected then to both receive the funds promised from Council and to continue with other fundraising. We had received strong indications that we were eligible for lottery funding for public facilities. However, fundraising efforts proved much more challenging after the Kaikoura earthquake that led to changes in funders' priorities. And of course, we still don't have the proceeds from the sale of the St John's site. Finally, after many twists and turns in negotiations with Council, the Trust agreed to gift the Event Centre to Council in December 2022. That was with a very clear understanding that the Council would fund its completion. This also meant that Council would fund the fit-out instead of providing to the Trust whatever the proceeds from the eventual sale of the St John's site are. I hope that it is clear from these comments why we firmly believe that it would be both a travesty and a clear breach of good faith should the Council proceed with the recommendation to privatise this facility. It's why you must amend the recommendation and direct Council officers to continue to work with the Trust to find ways of completing the building in a way that minimises the cost to Council. Ngā mihi, thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, we do have a question from Councillor Free.
Hi, Heather, and I do remember this project from when I began on council. Can you just clarify the 260,000 you referred to that was going to be given from council and the 610, which was kind of an estimate at the time? Did you actually receive either of those monies?
Yes, we did. So those are the two amounts that the council have provided for the base build.
Okay.
The first figure was, as I say, instead of the original plan had been to move one of the old buildings and soundproof it, and that was not economically viable in the end. So the money that had been put aside for that project was given to the trust, and the other contribution was a part payment in advance for the sale of the St John's site. Council had promised the proceeds from that sale and they gave us a partial advance.
So your understanding at the time is when it was sold, that money would basically be for the purposes of the Kauri events.
Yes.
Kauri Hall. Yeah. Okay.
And so there would have been a balance that the 610 was not the full value of that site at the time.
Okay.
It was
thank you.
Part payment.
Thank you.
We've got time for one more quick question from Councillor Calvert.
Yes, thanks, Heather. Just want to clarify that payment from the St John's site because it was an advance of 610. But what was your what would you be expecting as the balance of the sale price of that? Because you did get the money earlier than when we sold the site or repurposed it.
So our expectation was it depended on what the site sold for. You know, we didn't know at that time what it was likely to achieve. And so that figure was given to us, as I say, as a part payment. And I think even in that time, the value of the site was probably, I don't know, maybe 1.5 million, something like that. But you know, this is back in 2000, and I'm just looking at my figures.
I mean, I think that's something we'd need clarity on because that site we did add to it by buying another piece of land.
Yeah, and so this is sort of irrelevant because.
Yeah.
That this is the value of the St John's site, not the added property, which is has another value on it.
Okay.
And you know, yeah.
Okay.
This is a little bit of a red herring.
Yeah. Well, it's all part of the money that's already been put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, for taking the time to speak with us and explain all of that background. I'm sure it's be very useful, especially for new councillors. Much appreciated. So our next participant is Michael Chapman from the Tawa Association Football Club. Welcome, Michael, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Kia ora koutou, thank you. Just a quick admission, Rachel and I are not doing this in tandem, we're doing this independently, so I'm hoping I'm not going to repeat too much, but thank you for letting me speak. I know I'm short on time and I do have a bit to say, so I'll do my best to keep it to time. My practice in the bathroom mirror said this is about 6 minutes, so we'll keep that going. So as mentioned, I'm speaking on behalf of Tawa Association Football Club, where I wear several hats. I'm a loving coach, an enthusiastic committee member, administrator, and a decidedly average player. But I've also been a member of the Tawa community for the next 5 years, the last 5 years, I should say. And yeah, the reason I'm speaking to you today is to implore you to not delay the development of the Granada North Sports Facility. Just wanted to thank Councillor McNulty and Rachel Allen for the work they've done in bringing this to the community's attention. So for context, football is New Zealand's #1 sport by participation and is seeing significant growth year on year. As mentioned by Rachel, in Tawa we've had around 10 to 15% growth the last couple of years, and we're expecting this to get even bigger off the back of the Women's World Cup. But on top of that, we also serve 200 senior players across 13 senior teams. And the problem is that we do not have the facilities to serve the children, the youth, and the senior players. We don't have access to an all-weather turf. We don't have access to regular training facilities that are resistant to weather. As mentioned previously, in the last couple of years, we've had near 50% of trainings cancelled, and I look after under-12s team, and that's quite brutal when they're desperate to play, they're desperate to be involved, and you have to send them a text at 2 o'clock in the afternoon because the grounds are unusable, and in fact some of them are underwater after a bit of rain. So the effect is that we can't serve the children, we can't serve the players, and we can't commit to the growth that the community wants in this space. Tawa is called a community club, which has a nice ring to it, but is actually used to describe the ceiling that we have. We cannot grow, we cannot serve a higher level of player, we cannot serve a hungrier player because we don't have the ability to give them the training facility or the game that they need. And we have attempted to circumvent this by going to nearby facilities such as Alex Moore, Nenville Park, but as you can imagine, these are oversubscribed, so our luck varies. And as a senior player, we've taken the decision recently to start training at Burnie Wood, which is in Porirua. And so we're in this weird position now where to play football, we're now hiring a turf that exists in a council that is outside of our own. So that money's never coming back to us, right? And so essentially we're paying this double premium, right? And beyond training, our game day facilities are also fairly inadequate. Rachel mentioned that our juniors don't actually play at our main park. They play at a couple parks we have, Linden Park and Granada North, but basically any sign of rain is a guarantee that we'll be moved around the place. And a couple of anecdotes, not a team I look after, but a team a couple years below, a 9-year-old team, ended up playing at Wakefield Park at 8 p.m. on a Friday night with 2 hours notice, which, as you can imagine, for a Tawa local is impossible to get to and just causes all sorts of problems. Another issue is a coach that I'm very good friends with coaches his son's team, has a younger son's team, was absolutely delighted to learn that the schedule would be that he could watch both of his kids on the same morning, only to discover that when Granada became unusable, the arrangement was one of his sons would be playing in Ngāti Tawa Domain in Mana, and his other was playing his games in Miramar, with half an hour to get between games, which is obviously impossible. So the impact is that we can't serve the community, we can't train, we can't play. We're unable to serve this growing desire for football, and not just football, other sporting events. We have rugby in Tawa, hockey, athletics, cross country, but we just don't have the room to grow. And I'm speaking on behalf of the football club, but I know that these other bodies would be testifying to you if they could. And cancellation rates for some of these grounds can be as higher than 50%. The lowest ground of Granada North is literally underwater most of the time. And I'm not just talking about not being able to play a game, but it's incredibly dangerous. You know, we've had many broken ankles this year purely because of slippages. So there is a health and safety issue here. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I could use many examples, but I don't want it to beat a dead horse. So with the suggestion made to the delay, we get it. It's a tight fiscal situation, and money you need to go to various places. But it has been said before, this is an investment that was needed 10 years ago, and this is an investment that was promised 5 months ago, much to the delight of everyone. The club, myself, invested a lot of time and money in strategic planning around what we would look like leading up to the delivery of this park, and now that's obviously in jeopardy. And it's, without trying to cause a fight here, it's quite a bitter pill to swallow when you see places like Wakefield Park, football clubs and communities outside of your own, the Poriruas and the lower huts. They're getting this investment in their infrastructure, and we're not. And the sentiment really is we're at the edge of the council's reach, but we're being left behind in this space. And it's also worth speaking about the wider effects of all this travel. This is, for every team that's moved, it's another dozen cars on the road, another dozen cars of emissions, another dozen cars congesting. And depending on when that is, Saturday mornings, it's a nightmare, right? So the final thing I'll say is this Granada North development feels like a fairly unique opportunity as well, because it's at the foot of Transmission Gully. So it's accessible to the Kapiti Coast, it's accessible to the hut, it's accessible to the central city of the motorway. This is an investment that you can recoup the cost on. As mentioned, we're paying higherage fees to Porirua City Council. We would much rather pay it to you guys. So this is an investment where over time you will get your money back. It's depending on how much you put in it, it could be a jewel in the crown of your sports infrastructure. So it just really feels like this is not a contentious issue for the sporting community of not just Tawa, but for the wider Wellington community. And yeah, ultimately, I just want to say that our children, our families, our whole community, we're desperate for a facility that will allow us to have these fun, enjoyable weekends and weeks where we can serve the children's desires, we can serve the community's needs, and we can, really focus on providing opportunities in sport and in community for children and others. So thank you. I'll give some time for questions.
Great. I have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Hey, thank you so much, Michael. It's a bit harrowing knowing that we're running a facility that's actively breaking kids' legs and ankles. So I'm not sure if you've seen initial plans, but they've had BMX tracks and sort of all sorts of facilities. In the first instance, you're quite happy to see just all-weather turf and drainage fixed, just so that something's operational. Would that be fair? Yeah, I mean, speaking on behalf of a football club and a player, we obviously would be happy with a football field that lasts. But broadly speaking, you could have an athletic track, you could have a BMX track, you could do whatever you wanted there. We obviously want a field, and the minimum viable product for us would be happy with that. But broadly speaking, you have the opportunity to service many other bodies and many other sports codes. So the extent to which you want to do that is obviously on you. But for us, the minimum viable product would be a facility that lasts 2 days of rain.
Just a reminder of people to keep their questions short, because we do have a lot of them. Councillor Free.
Really short. It's about the online bus service.
Yep.
Does that service the park on the weekends?
It can do. I don't use the park as often. My kids are a bit too big for the Granada North, but I am aware of children who use the service and families who use the service to get to Granada, and it's fantastic. I mean, I use it to get the train to work most days. So,
but it is a weekend service as well as a week.
Yeah.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to leverage the knowledge, your problem. You obviously are involved with going to lots of other parks.
Correct.
And having to. Is getting access to the other parks, like parking and that sort of stuff, is that a problem, or are they reasonably accessible?
Depends on the amount of investment, but usually it's, you're brushing elbows to get a park. And this is also caused by the oversubscription, because everyone needs to use the one facility. So it just becomes an absolute throng trying to get there. And so the more facilities you can have, the more you can give people options and availability. That means that you're not having a funnel at the locations that are available.
Thank you, Michael. I'm sorry we have run out of time.
That's all right.
Really appreciate
No
you
worries. Thank you very
taking the
much.
time to come and speak with us today. Georgie Ferrari, kia ora. It's my contemporary, as I discovered on my recent visit to the Sustainability Trust. Welcome, Georgie. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. And sorry, also.
Thank
welcome.
you. Kia ora koutou, ko Georgie Ferrari taku ingoa. I'd also like to introduce David Pearce, my colleague who manages the Wellington Home Energy Saver program. I'm here to talk to you about that program. One of the recommendations in the LTP is to cancel it. Also just want to acknowledge Councillor Paul for all your amazing mahi here. You really do put the ahi in the mahi. And I've really appreciated and loved what you've done around this table, and I can't wait to see what you do around the next one. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate that Wellington City Council has a lot of very hard decisions to make regarding the long-term plan and the financial constraints we're all working within. I refer councillors to page 214 of your meeting papers, where it states that council officers recommend cancelling the Home Energy Saver program as it has reached peak uptake and has now tapered off, indicating the market has been serviced. That's a direct quote. Sustainability Trust has been providing Home Energy Saver assessments as council's delivery partner since 2014. The assessments provide Wellington ratepayers and tenants with a free in-depth assessment of their home's energy efficiency and works through a range of emission-reducing behaviours that householders can do to save both money and reduce their impact on the planet. Assessments usually take between 1.5 and 2 hours. Post-assessment, each home is provided with a comprehensive report on what was discussed with a suggested action plan. Interventions often centre around saving water, insulating the home, swapping out gas appliances for electric ones, composting and reducing waste. More and more we've found people want to know when it's best to make the switch to an electric vehicle and how they would charge it, and what the most impact on their carbon footprint would be. Would it be installing solar or retrofitting double glazing, and the best ways to reduce their waste to landfill. I know that these are all things that align very well with Te Atakura, First to Zero, and I think these are things that Wellington City Council is keen for ratepayers to be thinking about in our collective efforts to reduce our emissions by 57% by 2030. We've got about 6.5 years. It's concerning that on page 150, council officers indicate again that requests for assessments are down. That this is the case in the 23-24 financial year is due to council failing to promote the program. So the arrangement we have with council officers or with WCC is that we deliver the program, and the vast majority of promotion of the program goes through council. So we have very little control over how it's promoted and how it's served, if you like, to Wellington ratepayers. The most effective way that it is promoted is through your rates notice, and you'll notice in our stats we get a huge peak the month after each rate notice goes out in that quarter, because ratepayers see it and take it up. We've missed the last 2 ratepayer notices through no fault of our own, but through council officers missing that opportunity, different staff turnover, etc., which means demand for the program hasn't necessarily decreased, it's just not been had the opportunity to be promoted in the way that it has in the past. I also note that the paper states that council officers are working with rewiring Aotearoa on a new approach, when the current providers of this program, us, Sustainability Trust, have been delivering the program for 9 years and haven't been consulted at all. We've delivered a total of 5,557 home assessments over 10 years. This equates to 7.4 of all Wellington housing stock, if you use the 2018 census data on how many homes Wellington has. So I think we can all clearly agree that the program hasn't reached peak demand. It should also be noted that houses change ownership often, and there's turnover, and we can revisit that home because the new inhabitants will have different behaviours that we can address to help reduce their carbon emissions. Or the previous owners may not have undertaken all the measures that were suggested as positive interventions. Page 141 of the council papers indicate that council officers have been working with Rewiring Aotearoa on that approach, and we understand the development of an app to track carbon emissions has been discussed with Rewiring Aotearoa as a possibility. We're very supportive of Rewiring Aotearoa's kaupapa and mean no disrespect to them as an organisation, but they themselves acknowledge that they are a very new entity, only having registered as a charity in June of this year. Sustainability Trust has been doing this mahi in the Wellington region for 20 years. We know what does and doesn't shift behaviour when it comes to sustainability interventions in the home. There is no other organisation in Wellington that understands Wellington housing stock better than Sustainability Trust, and I would stand by that claim. Last year we were in over 8,000 Wellington homes. We talk to householders, we understand what their pressure points are, where their barriers lie, and what may assist them to lower their household emissions. And I can tell you that an app alone will not achieve the same impact. Work we have done with other leaders in this field have helped us to understand that unless you are on the ground working with householders demonstrating how to reduce carbon emissions, an app will just be another icon on your phone that you download, engage with temporarily, and then forget about. And I'd challenge anyone around this table to tell me that they haven't got at least one app on their phone that they've downloaded and never used. I've got about 20 or 30. There are also a lot of apps available that do the carbon tracking emissions. So I'm not sure if that's where council officers were going to go with this funding instead of using it for a home energy assessment program. But if it is, we've got quite a few opinions on it. With a total cost to WCC over the last 9 years of $922,000, or an average of only $166 per assessment, and an average of $92,000 per annum spend, I would urge councillors to consider whether you're going to find the savings you need from this small program that is very popular with ratepayers. I'll leave you with just a few of the many compliments we get from Wellington ratepayers who have used, and tenants who have used the Home Energy Assessment Program. This is a quote. "I highly recommend their home energy saver assessments, free and incredibly thorough. Had our home assessed and they looked at everything from quick fixes, turning down a thermostat, to future thinking, solar panels and ducted heat pumps. Jackson, who's one of our staff, gave us practical solutions that were sensitive to our family's needs. Thanks a lot for the to-do list." Another quote, "Carl came to our home. We had a lovely chat about all the things I can do while renting. I thought I knew everything I could possibly know, and when Carl left, I felt like I'd learnt so much more. 100% recommend." Final quote, "I had a free home energy assessment by Sustainability Trust. Chris and Jackson, the assessors, shared a huge wealth of great information. They are incredibly knowledgeable. I really appreciated being talked through the issues and solutions so that I understand how and why to make improvements, and then getting follow-up written information and a personalised action plan. I am stoked to have a range of affordable ways I can make my house warmer, drier and more energy efficient. This is such a brilliant service and amazing that it is available for free. I would love to see Wellington City Council continue and expand funding for this service so that it can benefit more tenants and owner-occupiers, especially to increase capacity in the winter months." I did not pay for that, that quote. It was there on our website. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. The first from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for the work you do, and it's been good to work with you on it for a number of years now. What's really the impact of deleting it on households as we try and cut our emissions from households and businesses?
Well, I don't know of another program that would step into that breach in terms of that one-on-one advice and support in the home. And we've got to understand, we go into homes where some of the homeowners or tenants would think that gas is a natural product. They don't understand it's a fossil fuel. So we start at that level of going, no, gas is a fossil fuel. It's going to get more and more expensive. And, it's probably a good idea to switch out your gas products for electric ones in the future. But let's look at, the timeline, etc. So, we're starting at that real base level with some customers, and it's important. You have to do that work one-on-one.
Very quick one from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Georgie. Much appreciated. You were talking about your advertising, the City Council advertising on the rates notices. Now, that targets the house owners, of course. So what proportion do you think you're getting in house owners and renters for assessments?
Good question. The vast majority of the assessments are Wellington homeowners, so we do some of our own promotion of the program as well, and we probably catch more renters through doing that outreach marketing. But yeah, the vast majority are homeowners. For councillors' information, I did get some handouts with. I thought you might be interested in ward by ward, what the take-up has been, and that's just from the 6 months, January 1 to June 30. So I'll leave that with council officers, and you can go through and have a little look, ward by ward, how the take-up's been.
Great.
Sorry, we are out of time. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
All right, we're nearly there, councillors. So we've got 2 more public participants to do before morning tea. Kathy Ombler, speaking on behalf of the trustees of Otari-Wilton's Bush. No mai, Kathy, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Kia ora, my name is Kathy Ombler, as you know. I'm representing the Otari-Wilton's Bush Trust. I emailed you all yesterday afternoon, but I know councillors get an awful lot of reading, so I've come here today to speak to you in person. And I acknowledge your fiscal pressures. However, the Otari-Wilton's Bush Trust is extremely concerned at the move to ACT's planned improvements to services. These relate to the Otari Landscape Plan. This is a much-needed redevelopment of the current cramped, inadequate nursery and laboratory space. The Landscape Plan would also allow better public access to and awareness of our special botanical heritage. The Landscape Plan has been on the books for some time. In a previous submission, our chair, Dr. Carol West, asked that this funding be brought forward to allow completion of the proposed project by 2026, the centenary of the founding of Otari's native botanic garden. Now the suggestion is to do nothing, and the Trust is appalled. For your background, especially for the newer councillors, Council's Wellington Gardens manages Otari-Wilton's Bush. They manage it according to 4 themes: conservation, research, education, recreation. Otari-Wilton's Bush is a 6-star garden of international significance and the only botanic garden in New Zealand dedicated to native plants. In the gardens are some of New Zealand's rarest plants, including 340 threatened species. Talk about the Panentia ballisiana. At one point, there was only 1 of these trees left in the world on 3 Kings, which is now growing healthily at Otari. Moiho rata, Bartlett's rata, there are 13 plants left around Northland sites, and it's growing in 2 trees and another plant in Otari. There are many more. Along with 100 hectares of native forest, with original podocarp forest, the likes of which would once have covered much of Wellington. Protecting and enhancing this botanical heritage for the benefit of all Wellingtonians and the long-term survival of our threatened native plants requires careful management by specialist botanists and gardeners. Otari's current nursery is a jumble of spaces that have been patched together ad hoc over the years, creating crammed, inadequate working spaces for the specialist staff who propagate and care for our rare plant species. Alongside the nursery is the Lions Otari Plant Conservation Laboratory, which is funded mostly by lotteries and scholarships and the Royal Society Catalyst Fund, with some input from Council. Benchmarking conservation science research is happening here. Finding how to germinate rare orchids is just one success. However, the laboratory space is crowded, while 2 scientists and Otari's archivist and librarian share a portacom space for administration. The Trust was established to support the preservation of Otari and to support Wellington City Council in its management of Otari-Wilton's Bush. This follows the vision of eminent botanist Dr. Leonard Cockayne and J.G. Mackenzie, the Wellington City Council Director of Parks and Reserves, who established the Otari Open Air Native Plant Museum in 1926 with the aim of protecting native plants from all over New Zealand from extinction. To have this collection here in Wellington is indeed special. There's a strong sense of community around Otari. Trust volunteers add a huge component of support to Council in terms of gardens, maintenance and weeding, revegetation, hosting and guiding and educating visiting groups. As a place to visit, Otari is very popular, from local families to regional gardening and botanical groups, university and school classes, to international visitors. Yesterday alone, more than 80 cruise ship visitors were guided through Otari by the Trust's volunteer guides. The Trust's two most respected botanists, Dr. Carol West and Jane Humble, recently provided feedback on a review of Otari's plant collections. Such a review is a requirement of being a botanical garden. Their recommendations, that they believe are vital to safeguard Otari's botanical garden future, include new nursery, new nursery, new nursery. Otari does not have a nursery fit for purpose. An irrigation system fit for purpose. Currently, staff come in during their holidays to keep the plants alive. A climate-controlled house, like Percy Scenic Reserve, that will enable the care of species such as alpines that require low humidity. This will become even more critical with the effects of global warming. An added component of the now threatened Otari Landscape Plan is to make the nursery and laboratory accessible to the public, to show firsthand our botanists, gardeners and scientists at work with our special garden collections. This would create educational opportunities for university and school groups and for local, national and international visitors to Wellington. It would add significantly to the experience of an Otari visit, raise awareness of New Zealand's native plant life and meet Council's management theme of education. We know you have some big decisions to make today. We do ask that you please support the proposed Otari Landscape Plan and vote to keep this in the long-term plan. We need a nursery of adequate size with fit-for-purpose irrigation and temperature-controlled spaces, appropriate to the plant conservation work carried out here, with access to show and educate the public, and which will enable Wellington Gardens to focus on its 4 key management themes for Otari-Wilton's bush. The facilities are already inadequate. We cannot wait a further 10 years. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Kathy. I have got some questions, the first being from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for coming in. Obviously, the council does have to make some cuts somewhere, but one of the things in the budget is a proposal for $4 million worth of new trees in the central city. How would you, is that a good investment, or would it be better to put that investment into Otari?
Well, I come with probably a biased attitude.
Yeah.
Look, that would just be I think I'd just like to focus that we really need this facility. And obviously there are all sorts of other things that are worthy. I'm sorry, that's your job to make those decisions. I just want to make a case for a very important place at Otari that's doing some amazing work.
Councillor Chung, thank you.
Thanks very much, Kathy. I appreciate you coming up. I've been up to your laboratory a couple of times in recent months, and I'm just wondering, as my colleague Councillor Calvert just said, we're very short of money. Is there any way we can work with you to actually look at having a temporary premises before we can actually afford to sort of develop a better laboratory, or is there any way we can go halfway with you to see what we can actually do to help?
Well, I would suggest what they're operating out of now is already a temporary facilities, and they're doing very well under that. So if we did another add-on temporary facility, it would be a little bit like the nursery has been added on ad hoc over the years. And it's just not really adequate. So, thanks.
Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Kathy. I don't think there's any dispute that Otari is one of our taonga in the city. Pardon my ignorance, because I'm relatively new on this one, but do you think there's any desire for community fundraising or any way that we can reach out to, a really impassioned audience around the gardens to maybe meet some of these challenges?
The Trust has we're about to announce a foundation that we want to put aside to help with Otari and help with education around native plants. It's early days yet, but this is something we could use to support work done by the council, but we can't afford to do everything in what is a council-managed facility, so it would need give and take.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw it, but I believe the research that's being done in the laboratory is world class in some areas. How much other funding do you get from, say, educational institutes or scholarships or whatever?
Quite a lot, and I don't know the nitty-gritty details, but I know that the scientists there, a lot of their time is spent applying for scholarships. A lot of the work they do is because they're able to get specific grants for specific projects, and it's sort of a hand-to-mouth sort of,
But the scholarships wouldn't cover the actual facility in most instances?
No, not the actual facility. I mean, a lot of the money has been donated to establish what they do have. The council, as I understand, pay the salary of one scientist. Victoria University helps, and that other organisation, the Royal Society, help. It's just one of those constant scratching around looking for funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time, but I want to express my appreciation for you coming in, Kathy. We have one final public participant. Tiana? No mai? And friend? And I think you've got some friends online as well. Kia ora. So you have 10 minutes, including time for any questions.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, he ria hau no Ngāti Kahungunu ki te Wairua no te whakatōhia no ngai tūhoi ko Tiana tōku ingoa. I'm here today on behalf of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Campaign and joined by my colleague Beth Mataiti from Rarotonga. To begin, the primary cause of the climate crisis is fossil fuels, coal, oil and gas. Coal, oil and gas are responsible for 80% of global emissions in the atmosphere, according to the IPCC. None of our crucial climate agreements mention fossil fuels, coal or gas. But, however, we have fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Fossil fuel non-proliferation is already happening. However, there is no consolidated global regulation effort and action on fossil fuels proliferation is therefore required in order to keep 1.5 alive in line with the Paris Agreement. There is a growing momentum and need to create a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to complement existing climate agreements. This movement is modelled by successive treaties such as protecting the ozones, addressing the threat of nuclear weapons, landmines and other dangers. The proposed fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is based on 3 pillars for countries to end fossil fuel non-proliferation expansion. First is non-proliferation, creating an agreement for countries to not enter into expansion of new fossil fuel projects. Second is a fair phase-out. This is creating a global plan for how we can wind down fossil fuel production and transition into clean renewable energy, i.e. having wealthy countries lead transitions and giving more time to developing nations like our Pacific whanaunga. The third is a just transition package. This is to ensure that no communities, countries or workers are left behind in the negotiations on this in a global scale. To bring this to this global call is backed by over 8 nation states, spearheaded by Tuvalu and Vanuatu. Is backed by over 90 cities, scientists, doctors, academics and politicians, and is currently endorsed by Sydney, Calcutta, Lima, London, the state of California, Barcelona, Vancouver, San Francisco and the European Parliament, to name a few. To bring this movement into a local context, climate change is already here. We are seeing it, it's real. Wellington has projections of when some parts of it will be underwater. If climate change is to be our nuclear-free movement New Zealand needs to show this kind of leadership and courage to address the root cause of the climate crisis, which is fossil fuels. Wellington were one of the first councils to declare a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, passing your zero carbon blueprint. It's time again to show your leadership and stand in solidarity with Indigenous and frontline communities. New Zealand was one of the first countries to sign the treaty to protect the Pacific from nuclear testing and weapons. Wellington City Council now has the chance to lead the way for Aotearoa in endorsing the fossil-free non-proliferation treaty. Just as nuclear-free cities built the momentum for the nuclear-free treaty to come about, we are seeing this momentum for the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and we would love for the Wellington City Council to be the first major city in Aotearoa to do so.
Kia ora nā koutou katoa I te ara. My name is Bethany Mataiti. I am a second generation New Zealand born Cook Islander. I was, my Cook Island that I'm from is Aitutaki, and my villages are Āmuri and Ureia. I was born in Tokoroa, and I'm also connected to Ōtautahi and Taranaki. I've lived in Te Whanganui-a-Tara since 2014. I have studied here. I have completed my degrees. I am now a single mother, a full-time worker, and I am the coordinator of the Pacific Climate Warriors Te Whanganui-a-Tara team, alongside Kalo Apiaki. So I spoke to Kalo this week, and a Tongan proverb that she shared was "Holo pe tu'u kai ngalu e whasi." Hold firm, for the waves will break. For me, this sums up the resilience of Indigenous people in Aotearoa, Pacific people, Māori people. It is with this sentiment I will share a few points of my climate story. This is why I support a call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty led by Māori and Pacific people. Although I studied environmental science and geography at uni, I have been learning about the climate and sustainability from the first time I visited Aitutaki in 2003, 20 years ago, mai ipukarea, with my family as a 7-year-old. My grandparents taught me about water conservation and rainfall, recycling what we could, planting trees and making sure we protected the lagoon and coral reef from chemicals. This is Indigenous knowledge of how to live sustainably and at one with the natural world. The Pacific has contributed the least to the climate crisis. Therefore, the solutions we are looking for lie within our Pacific and Indigenous communities. My people have been experiencing the climate crisis for a long time. We know an end to fossil fuels is required to have a fighting chance. From the outbreak and ongoing impacts of COVID to a more recent example of climate events being the Tāmaki and Tairāwhiti flooding in early 2023, we have all witnessed the rapid environmental change and the lasting and catastrophic impact this can have on people and communities' lives. There is no questioning that fossil fuels, explicitly coal, oil and gas, are the biggest contributors to the climate crisis, a crisis that New Zealanders felt in its full force earlier this year through the destructive cyclones, flash flooding, and turned our friends, families and neighbours' lives upside down. The continued production of fossil fuels is only adding to this crisis, and it needs to stop. How do we respond to this change? What do we imagine a just transition might look like when protecting vulnerable communities in Aotearoa? As co-coordinator of the Pacific Climate Warriors, I volunteer my time to lead a core group of members to mobilize Pacific communities on climate action, whether it's through policy and political discussions such as this, or via the education of young people and communities, or whether it's the grassroots mobilizing of our communities. We continue to exhaust all avenues to ensure the climate emergency we are in is treated as such. Our work is rooted in amplifying the voices of our families and friends in the islands, while also highlighting the strength and resilience of Indigenous and Pacific communities who have not only lived sustainably, but also come from cultures and communities who know how to honour and respect the whenua which we all come from. We believe we lead by example, and we are asking Wellington City Council to also lead by example by showing the climate leadership your constituents, like me, are often proud to speak of. We need your support to amplify not only our work, but the leadership of the Pacific. We need support from our local leaders. Our team have approached you as our local council to endorse the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. We need to stop exploration and extraction of coal, oil and gas. We need to phase out our reliance on fossil fuels. We need to ensure our people, our communities are protected as we transition to renewable energy. As an Aotearoa-born Cook Island woman, who, like my family, parents, and grandparents, contribute and have contributed to this economy, as someone who continues to advocate climate action, as a single mother who is raising the next generation of the Pacific diaspora in Aotearoa, I call you to action, to endorse our call for a treaty, to protect our communities, and to pave the way for future generations. Thank you.
Kia ora. I have a question from Councillor Whiringa-ā-rangi.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you so much for coming in today. Hey, which parts of Council's core business do you think that this treaty could have the greatest positive impact on? Maybe our public transport or our airport or our housing stock, green network, something like that?
Kia ora. So this call, with Wellington's endorsement, it helps us build the momentum to get the government to endorse, which is actually the end goal. In terms of local actions and how this is relevant, it's about education of our people. So many of our people, Māori, Pacific, minorities, don't have the access to understand what the systems and structures at play are, or how to move on, and how do we build the future for tomorrow because of this reliance. It's about making sure that the people that are causing this crisis are responsible for fixing the crisis, as opposed to putting the personal responsibility on each of our constituents. Kia ora.
I don't think we've got time for another question. I'd like to thank you very much for coming in, and Friends Online also for taking the time to be with us today. Kia ora. So before we go to morning tea, we're going to have a look at the reordering of the agenda. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, so I have tried to bring up the most, and I know some of you are on limited time today, so I have brought up the level of service recommendations for the LTP and the balance sheet review. And we have also, the Chief Executive and I have discussed this, and we have agreed to defer the CCO appointment process to another meeting when we do not have so many, we have some more time. So just so you know, that is the new order, and I understand that is most people's preferences to deal with these big items earlier in the day. So we are now going to take 15 minutes for morning tea. If you are moving amendments, I would like you to, particularly around the level of service paper, I would like you to kind of check in with Democracy Services, make sure we have an up-to-date kind of list of those amendments, and just kind of check in over the morning tea. You have a question, Councillor Free?
Could I just respectfully suggest maybe just a little bit longer?
Well, let's try for 15 minutes, and then we'll come and announce if we need to. Because we've got a lot to do. Move on to item 2.1, which is the Citizens Assembly. Please welcome Lexi Seedhouse to introduce the report. No mai, Lexi.
Working. No.
Yeah, that one is. Kia ora. I'm here to answer any partai that you have about the paper, but first I believe we have a video to show you, is that right? Kia ora.
What did I know coming in? Not much. I knew there were annual plans, I knew there were long-term plans.
The long-term plan keep council responsible for the decisions that they need to make.
This is a chance to be involved and hear what the council are doing and hear what other people's experiences are.
I was interested in how we were going to gather the thoughts of 42 people.
It's easy to make decisions in isolation without other opinions to inform you. Having those opinions available to you makes all the difference.
The afternoon is going to be spent drafting recommendations, and we're going to split you into groups.
Depending on what sort of topic we've been focusing on, we'll get a relevant subject matter expert coming in, speaking to the topic.
What we're going to be discussing today looks very different depending on who's in the conversation.
Getting to know other people throughout the city that have different perspectives from me, that my mindset isn't shared by everybody else in the city. It's really powerful.
Was it 3 separate things?
It's been an eye-opener, meeting a lot of different people and realising that everyone's got a different opinion.
Acknowledging each other, respecting each other's points of view.
It's not just the loudest voice in the room that gets to sort of make the decisions or speak. I think that's really important in a process like this.
It was quite good to be in a space where you could speak up as a younger person and you'll be listened to. Young people can have a voice in these sort of things.
It was actually, this is the aspect I'm concerned about, can we rework that? And then we were able to usually find a solution. And so that's why we had a consensus all round.
It was good to see everyone's views being reflected through our recommendations. I think it's a democratic process. I think it really allows the council to be more accountable to the citizens of Wellington.
I'm a proud Wellingtonian. I've lived here most of my life. I love this city. I'd like to see it thrive and grow.
We are able to give council a really good, in-depth view of how Wellingtonians are feeling.
I am so excited, and it really has the community at the forefront, which is exactly where we need to be thinking.
It makes you feel like you're being listened to and you're being heard.
It's super important that Wellingtonians engage. It's a small, dynamic city.
It's not just us that will be benefiting from this, it's also our future generations as well.
I really care about the future of the city. I really want Wellington to thrive.
Small, dynamic city.
It's not just us that will be benefiting from this, it's also our future.
He patai me utu I mua I te taupatupatu. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
It looks very amazing, and my only question to you, Lexi, is Wellington is a beautiful and diverse city, and how diverse is the Assembly? And if it is, what have you learned as a team from the diversity of the Assembly?
I do think that's covered in the paper, but off you go, Lexi.
Kia ora, great partai. So we had really great ethnic diversity among the Assembly. So 17% of the Assembly identified as Māori, 12 Pacifica, 17 Asian, 7% were Middle Eastern, Latin American, and then there was lots of people that had identified with multiple different ethnicities. And what we learned was that Often we hear the loudest voices when we engage with the community, and this providing the opportunity to hear a kind of diversity of voice was so rich. It provided lots of opinions and lots of recommendations that we would not have normally been able to access, and I think that's really reflected in the report that the Citizens Assembly have provided to you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I know you talked about the diversity, but given we've got a number of advisory groups, especially for youth, young people, and we have relationships with the Multicultural Council, how effective do you think those relationships are in comparison to, say, what's come out of the Citizens Assembly? And is there something that we can, sort of look at how we can do better?
I think they're two different and very valuable avenues for public participation, both of them. The value of the Citizens Assembly was that we systematically broke down barriers that people experience to participate. So we offered childcare and koha, and we also spent a really, really long time providing people with information that they needed to be able to fully understand the issues that are presented in the long-term plan. I don't think that the advisory groups have that amount of time to be able to do that. This was a huge time commitment from the Assembly, which we really appreciated, and they needed it. They needed to be able to kind of spend a sustained amount of time in dialogue with experts and with councils to be able to fully grasp these issues. So I think, different and both really valuable.
And just my second question is, what was the sort of level of financial information provided? Because obviously, what we want to be able to afford to what we can afford. And just, did the Assembly were given an insight into the state of the city's finances?
Yes, so our Chief Financial Officer came along to present, along with other members of her business unit, and it was the Assembly were really interested in it. We are also looking to do, in the next phase of public engagement, a participatory budgeting phase, which will enable more people across the city to engage with the budget.
But were they given the information that we've been provided?
This was all covered in the paper as well.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't sort of get the answers. And to be honest, I didn't provide a written question because I was too busy on the other stuff. But I'm just really trying to understand: were they given the true state of our finances that we've been given?
They were given a really comprehensive picture of our finances.
I can confirm that they were given the same information that I briefed councillors on, in terms of early LTP workshops.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your great work, really appreciate it, and it's time it was done. But it's just a bit like Councillor Calvert's question. Given you had so little time, is there anything you do differently next time about decreasing the scope? Because some of these issues are really, really complex. They take months to discuss.
Yeah, so it was a pilot project, and it's being comprehensively evaluated both by our internal research team, and we had 2 external researchers there. So there will be a report that's generated to kind of build on our learnings from this process.
Sorry, Councillor Abdurrahman, I cut you off before. You've got another question?
Cool. My part side to that is, when it comes to geography, if you see councillors are elected based on geography, and the Citizen Assembly is different, what that means when they fit into those consultations, and having a lens of word and lens of geography, was that something that you fed into during recruitment?
Yes, so one of the selection criteria was also where the people were from in the city.
All right, I think we've come to the end of the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chung, sorry.
I'm always getting forgotten. Lexi. Lexi, what I wanted to know was, was the panel actually given options saying that, look, we have this amount of money to spend, so which would you actually prefer to have? Were they given a list of things and the cost of them, so that they could actually say, well, I'd like to have this, but we really can't afford it at the moment, which is the sort of thing that we're being asked?
So they didn't get into that level of detail, but they were provided with an information pack ahead of the first hui, which did explain kind of high-level costs that the council has to undertake.
Now we've come to the end. Apologies, Councillor Chung. I would never forget you. It is my pleasure to move this paper, and Deputy Mayor Foon will second. I guess I just wanted to, and very quickly, I found it a very moving experience to attend the Citizens' Assembly, and just visually, it really was a diverse and representative group of Wellingtonians, and I'm also, extremely. I actually found their recommendations to us to be very useful, and it is very broad, but support for green space, support for medium density housing, a wish that we would involve the community more in kind of upkeep, and also some ideas about how we engage with them better, the importance of te tiriti, I'm just trying to think what else. I don't want to miss anything significant out. The need to look for alternative funding tools, maybe to focus less on buildings. And I don't want to trigger you, Councillor Pennant, but they didn't love too much of a focus on old buildings. I just think it was very, very useful to know what is widely and deeply felt by Wellingtonians. And that is what this process offers us in comparison to the more traditional engagement methods, which we, of course, will continue to do and are also valuable. So I just want to thank all of the staff involved, Lexi and Amy in particular, and all of the external people who helped us do this work, but particularly I want to acknowledge the participants, and as I said when they were here earlier, for the gift they have given us, and how valuable that gift is up to us and how much we use it, and I intend to use it. Deputy Mayor Foon, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Matthews, really, really great points there. To add to that, I think the experience I had, as well as being emotional, and I think the emotion was coming through by submitters Hine Te Wai and Peter today, thank you for coming in to talk with us, was also how many of the participants said to me afterwards they didn't fully understand the complexities of council issues, and through that process they did, and they actually landed in a different place to where they started off. And we need this, as we know our engagement feedback is not great. And so for me, that we, as a council, trialled for the first time a citizens' assembly, was a really wonderful innovation, and I really commend council officers for being open to this and helping make this happen. Just also on a national note, at the Future for Local Government, this is one of the recommendations for councils to help bring their community in, to help engage with the issues, and as was said, that the community are at the forefront of our decision making. And for me personally, this collective voice was imperative to helping me, not individual voices, although I agree they are necessary, but that collective diverse group which gave a fair assessment of where we were at will be absolutely important for any democracy going forward. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? Councillor Pennant.
Excellent speeches, so I don't need to repeat, just to say thank you to everyone who participated. Just 2 points. I hope that this will encourage us to go even further and, get people to do some more participation around budgeting. We could do a lot more right out in the community, asking for immediate feedback on decisions, even on a weekly basis. Deputy Mayor Foon and I, we had a great, and Councillor Free had a great exercise with the at the local government meeting where we just used Slido to give some feedback. It was good. And then just the other point is, look, it was a very short period to get feedback, and I guess just my I think it will be good to get some learning from that and Councillor Brown's question this morning. These are highly complex questions, and I will mention old buildings, because old buildings are, there are counter arguments, of course, around the greenness of, and talk to any architect and they'll say that it is better to reuse what you've already got in a world which is resource finite. So they're complex, and there's a lot of other complex issues which sometimes they just take months, if not years, to resolve. So I think we should sort of see this as one step, but let's keep going on it. But again, thank you, everyone.
Liz.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just very briefly wanted to say that this is really exciting, and love the visual. What do you call it? The video. I love that. That really captured everything. So thank you to all the participants. But I really wanted to take this opportunity to thank our officers who participated in this, because when they came into the presentation to us, the parties who came into the presentation to us, I think the biggest compliment that could be given to our officers was the statement that the guy, and I apologise, I forgot what his name was Peter? Was the statement that he said that he thanked the officers, they guided us without steering us. And I think that that's the biggest compliment that our officers could get, was that you did your job to the degree that we really see all the time. And so I'm really just wanted to take this opportunity to thank our officers, because it really is a great initiative for us, and I'm looking forward to what happens next year and what comes out of it. Ka pai.
Me whānau.
Yep, just to thank the team for coordinating this and all of the participants. I had the pleasure of opening and closing the event, and it was really quite wonderful to see like the diverse group that we had there. You could really see Wellington in the room, and it was just such a pleasure. And this feedback has been helpful. We've incorporated some of it into this LTP document next. I'm keen to see how it will fit into future engagement with our Wellingtonians. You know, no surprises that there was a priority around fixing and maintaining our core assets, a focus on green space in our city, which is obviously very close to my heart. And, you know, I hope we can learn from this experience, a hugely positive experience, and build on it in the future.
Looks like there are no... oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Free.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say a big thanks, and I found the 10 recommendations actually really, really useful. But what I also note is that actually they are very keen to get feedback on how we've used their advice. So I think that it's incumbent on us all to think about that as we have our debate today. And, you know, for me personally, there have been some decisions which where I've focused on looking after, you know, existing assets rather than prioritising new. And I think the other challenge is their advice to prioritise our spend and spread the capital expenditure over a longer period. But the prioritising aspect of it is something that I think we actually perhaps need to develop better tools for doing that in a more constructive and collegial way than perhaps just the traditional way of having a bit of an auction with the votes. Anyway, big thanks to the staff and to the participants.
Councillor Covert, did you have your hand up?
Thank you. Yeah, look, just thank you for the work done with the Citizens Assembly. And I think one of the things is that they felt listened to and they were provided with neutral advice. And I think this is the things that we need to take away and look at how we do our existing engagement, because that's where people have felt that they haven't always been listened to. You know, they make submissions and they don't hear anything further back. And I think of Johnsonville, you know, when all those people submitted and then didn't hear back what the outcome was or actually how it was. And that's where we're getting the concerns from the public. They're not feeling listened to. When we spent the whole day in hearings yesterday, people, many of them hadn't spoken to council before, and we've got another full day tomorrow, and that is not any more or less than what a Citizens Assembly is. So I think if we're going to embrace the Citizens Assembly, we also need to properly embrace what we are hearing in the existing mechanisms as well, because that's where the feedback has been in the past. that we're not listening. So all power to the Citizens' Assembly, but while they still exist, we need to think about how we are hearing our submissions and what we're doing with that information and how we are providing the information out for the public to have a say. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else wishing to speak, so I will briefly take a right of reply. Councillor Pennant, was the implication that if people disagree with you on old buildings, they just haven't had enough time? I've had 4 years, my friend. It's okay if we have a whole different views and we need to work through those. And I think that is an interesting point as raised by Councillor Calvert, because, I went to some of the hearings yesterday as well. I'm not on that committee, but, I heard very divergent voices. And people, one after the other with the completely opposite view. And I guess what this process offers us, which is so useful, is that first of all, the group is balanced against, in those questions you asked, Councillor Abdurrahman, my apologies that I know you wanted to draw out the value of the diversity of that work, and that group has happened for us, that we are given something that reflects the whole community, and also within the group they have to work out their differences. And for example, I heard from people that there were some issues at the beginning that participants came in, this is the number one issue for everybody, and they didn't come out at the end because they weren't widely and deeply felt. So maybe those differences were still there, but they have given us what they could come to, what everybody in that group could live with, rather than just presenting us two opposing views, and the people whose opposing one view is not reflected in the decision don't feel listened to. It is a different tool, and I think it's going to be very useful to continue to use it as we go forward. So I will put the paper to the vote. Unless there's anything to take separately, which I hope there isn't. I think we might have a lot of taking separately as we go forward. That is wonderful to see that carried unanimously. All right, we now move on to annual, so the the level of service recommendations paper. And so the amendments are being circulated to you, councillors. No my Stephen MacArthur and Andrea Reeves, but also I think we're going to have some opening comments from our CEO, Barbara McHero, to start with. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, through you, Chair. Just a few opening comments, because there has been a great deal of work undertaken to get us to today, and I think it's worth just recapping that, because since November last year, unbelievably, when I checked this yesterday, together we have participated in 23 workshops, briefings and Q&A sessions on the long-term plan, and through that process you've heard a great deal from the staff on the state of the books, as we call it, on your strategic priorities for the long-term plan. And we've also been through every single area of business of the council with you and discussed with you potential adjustments to levels of service, and that's what this report today is. What we've tried to do with this report today is to reflect back to you what we think we have heard from you through those 23 sessions, but also through the survey of all councillors we conducted to extract further feedback from all of you individually, and of course, as you've heard today, the input of the Citizens' Assembly. I think one of the things that's worth clarifying, because I do hear different levels of understanding of a long-term plan process in the community, today is not a budget, today is not a long-term plan. What we're trying to do today is to seek your direction for the staff so that we can go away and then work on the draft budget and work on a draft statement of proposal so that next year we can bring those things back to you for your decision making, ultimately your consultation with the community, and the final decision you will make in June next year. So I'll now hand over to Stephen MacArthur and Andrea Reeves to talk about this process in more detail and answer your questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. It's an important day, obviously, to reach this stage, and I was just actually reflecting on it coming into this meeting. I've led or been closely involved in about 6 LTPs and 4 councils during my career, and this one is the most challenging, as it would be, I think, if I went into those other councils too. Obviously, bringing the package, the proposals to the table this early in the LTP process is a first, actually, for this council. In the last trinium, we were kind of at this stage, fast forward to March next year, that would have been kind of the equivalent. That's 5 months from now. Now, doing that this time around wouldn't be viable. We would run out of time, and there wouldn't be an opportunity really to look at those sorts of service level options and savings that are on the table today. As Barbara said, it's an important step today in the process of building the LTP, but there are more conversations and more decisions to be made over the next 8 months until this council finally adopts the LTP at the end of June. Once in principle decisions, and we're kind of calling them that, have been made today, the draft budget's prepared, as Barbara said, and it's likely that the council's going to need to revisit proposals and think about other matters in order to meet those financial rates and debts parameters that we've been talking to you about. As the report notes, we're still working with Wellington Water, for example, on service level options, and current assumptions are based on the 21-31 LTP. So, there is a briefing, I think, planned next week. So just a recap on the process. Barbara has covered some of this, but I just really want to take a few moments to talk about this. Building a long-term plan is not done in a week, as we know. It'd be great if we could, but it takes over 18 months of methodical and iterative work. And just to kind of summarise the key steps, and we've done some of them, so this is good news. Setting the strategic direction, the outcomes, the priorities, the financial infrastructure strategies. We've been kind of in that space. Revising levels of service, reviewing how all that works. Obviously, today's really about that. Once that work is done, we need to look at forming the budget, as Barbara said, and we're aiming for that conversation on the 12th of December. Obviously, there's a whole lot of policy work that underpins it that you need to sign off, and then ultimately agreeing a consultation document and underlying information probably in about February, March next year. Then we've got an audit, which in effect gives you a tick to go out to consultation. We have consultation, submissions, consider all of those, and have oral hearings. And then finally make decisions around that, and there's one more audit in that process, and then finally adopting the LTP. So I guess really what I'm just saying is that we have done a number of steps, but there is still quite a bit in front of us. So where are we up to in terms of this process after the 23 workshops, briefings, etc. that Barbara talked about? The Council has adopted a new vision, outcomes and priorities, and has been briefed on the draft financial infrastructure strategies, including the challenges, the recommended approach for dealing with them, and that has been informed by a balance sheet review. A rating policy review has been completed, and I put nearly, nearly, just about there. You've heard from the Citizens' Assembly. They've reported back today. We have had quite a lot of work on the levels of service, savings choices, and that was presented to councillors in essentially 3 all-day workshop sessions. and your feedback on that work was sought through a questionnaire, which really brings me back to the purpose of today in the report, and that's really to make in-principle decisions on the level of service options, which will provide direction to officers to go away and prepare that draft budget over the next month and come back in on December the 12th. I just really want to talk about the approach. The CEO clearly spelled out, as she's required to under legislation in the pre-election report, the challenges the city was facing. That happened in July last year. There is no secret around that. We've been having those conversations over a number of months. So, and in fact, a number of those conversations came up as part of the annual plan. You'll probably remember that. So whilst this council, like all councils, has financial challenges driven by aged infrastructure, earthquake resilience, climate change and affordability, we will still continue to invest strongly in the city, and with our eye on that vision of Ponaki as a creative capital where people and nature thrive. We are planning to invest $3.5 billion in capital expenditure over the 10 years and $800 million in OPEX per annum to achieve that vision. The LTP is really all about balancing the costs of keeping the city running, the pace of capital investment and what is affordable over the 10 years. The approach for getting this balance right centres around, you might remember, three kind of areas, and that is reprioritising the capital program, which a lot of that is in the papers today, maintaining financial capacity for the future and adjusting to external pressures. And the way that we've constructed the paper today deals with all of those three areas to this point. The detailed package of proposed service level changes I mentioned came out of the workshop sessions and the feedback that we received through the questionnaire of all councillors. I just want to make a general comment about the many and multiple amendments that our chair has referred to. Many of those amendments would have the effect of actually moving council further away from those financial parameters that you've talked about in the various workshops. And by that I mean average rates increase over 10 years of between 5 and 8% and the 2 to 5% debt to revenue limit. So really, depending on what committee decisions or decisions you make today and the modelling that we'll need to go away and do, the council, I think, will need to revisit how to address those financial challenges in achieving those limits. We have answered an extensive list of Q&A, but of course we're happy to answer any further questions. Andrea and I probably will need to draw on other people in the room to answer quite specific questions if we do have that. So back to you, Chair, unless, Andrea, you wish to add anything.
Just wanted to check in about how we approach advice around the amendments, because I think we should do everything all at once if we can. Should we start? But I know people have just got all of this. So should we start with some questions and then we may need to take a short break to give people some reading time and yes, before we get on to the world's least popular festival, the Amendment Palooza. So are there questions? Councillor Calvert.
And these are following on from the Q&As that I've seen, and I still haven't quite got the clarity I'm looking for. So I really want to understand the cycleway budget. Now, we had $226 million put into the 10-year plan back in 2021. Then in March 2022, the council approved a bike network plan, but it said it's going to cost another sort of $110 million to complete, and that money would be put into this long-term plan. So that makes a total of roughly $338 million. So I want to understand is in this proposal, what are you proposing in terms of funds for the bike network plan? And you can come back to me on that, but I just want some clarity because I couldn't see it in the Q&A.
Thanks through you, Madam Chair. So we've got Vita Christella here to talk to you about the proposal and why really this comes down to the kilometres being built. There was a cost initially about the kilometres being built was rough order costs, so we're getting very close to now that we're rolling the network out to understand what those costs are, but I'll hand the details over to Vita.
Kia ora, and I didn't manage to hear the first part of the question, so I will try and answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just trying to balance up that we originally approved 226 or 228, can't quite remember now, and then we said we'll do a bike plan last year, and it's going to cost another roughly 110 million, and that would be added into this long-term plan. Now, we said that back in March 2022. So that makes a total of 338, roughly, to do the bike network plan. So I want to understand is what are officers proposing? Now, I know that there's been a couple of years where money's been spent, but what are officers proposing? Because I know, are they proposing to cut the 81 million off the 228 or off the 338? I'm just trying to understand that.
Sure. So the 110 is for the full network, so that's off the 334, I think it was. We have looked at how we've been rolling it out, and we have managed to look at what it's been costing us per kilometre and look at how we price that up. So we are confident now that we can roll out the remaining, I think it's around 71 kilometres for around 110 million, by taking a new approach to how we run the process and also deliver.
So what's it costing us a total then? What's in the budget?
So it's 110 from the end of this financial year.
On top of the 228?
No, instead of.
Instead of the 228?
What we've spent to date by the end of this financial year, and then to roll out the rest of it from the start of the first financial year of the next LTP will be an additional 110, and that's it.
So we're saying then that basically, rather than the 228 on the plan, we're going to be spending probably a bit under the 228 in total?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I've got a couple of other questions, but
I've just got another one on, or some other ones on the cycleway. So we'll take that now while you're there, Vita. So Deputy Mayor Thune.
Yeah, thank you, Vita. Can I just check that 110 million will attract Waka Kotahi funding?
So currently we attract Waka Kotahi funding on our projects. Through, they will also be doing a new plan for that from the beginning of the next financial year, so we'll find out at that point in time if that is correct or not.
Okay, so second question is similar to Councillor Calvert's, but a different, I guess, how is it that we can deliver the whole network for a higher standard for less? How do we give our communities assurance that this is what we think we can do? Because that would be great if that happened for the town hall.
So back in 21, when the 226 was put in, we were assuming a rough order cost of around 1.6 million per kilometre, plus complexity bonuses for things like intersections, structures, and other work that was needed. We have since gone in and started rolling out the transitional bike lanes. And what we're proposing is that we no longer do the transitional and then the transformational, but we do something that's in between those two. And when we look at what we've been rolling it out per kilometre for with the transitional, we're confident that we can meet this new price. So for the transitional, we've been delivering for about 750,000 per kilometre on average. And in this new budget, we're assuming a cost of 1.5 million, including all those complexities. So we think that is realistic.
All right, we'll go back to your questions, Councillor Calvert. Oh, your one's on cycleways? Yes. Oh, thank you, Councillor Frey. Yes.
So, Vita, I'm wondering if you can tell us what's currently funded. Like, we've got projects underway. What's currently funded? Are all the projects that we've started and we're consulting on with the community, like Kauri and Newtown, are they currently Waka Kotahi funded?
Yes, so all the projects we currently have in train are Wakatahi funded. For our transformational projects, so Evans Bay and the updated Brooklyn Hill, that is 51%. And for our transitional projects through the SURF funding, it is at 90%.
Okay. I'm just looking at that, advice from our citizens engagement panel, which does say prioritising spend and stretching the capital. Is there any chance we could actually have another look at the program and really maybe have another look at what the real priorities are left to do?
So the Paniki Poniki, the bike network plan, looked at and specified which streets the bike network would be on, so that would be a new policy that would need to be created.
Yeah, I guess I personally think that might be a good idea. And what about Evans Bay Stage 2? Is that, because I do wonder if that's a priority still with...
So we're currently in the detailed design for that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Great. So what we'll do if you've got questions around this particular piece of work, so I'll add you to the list now. And Councillor Chung, I understand you have one.
Just looking at the Waka Kotahi funding, they've announced recently that they're putting a hold on that until they see the direction of the new government. So how does that affect these projects that we're actually looking at now?
So all of our projects that were being funded through the SURF funding, that Transport Choices, we've got the documentation signed off, so they continue with the SURF funding. There's no putting on hold of our projects.
Councillor Randall. Okay, I think I'll go back to the list and we'll try and do it that way. Let me know if someone asks a question, if you've got a question in that particular area, if we've brought someone up. So we'll try and do this efficiently as we can while getting all the questions answered. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I just got a couple of questions just on that. Sorry, Avita, just following through on the cycleway stuff. So you're saying now the plan is any more kilometres of cycleway being built, you'll allow for $1.5 million. Is that right?
So within our internal budgets, that 110 allows for an average of 1.5 per kilometre. It won't be necessarily that every single kilometre costs 1.5. Okay. It's across the program.
And so if you're going between a transitional to transformational approach, will that involve any changes to the way you're engaging with the engagement process that's required, or consultation process that's required? Will that change that?
So that's one of the things that we'll work through, but our proposal is that we build on the transitional approach that we have been using and that consultation process.
Okay, thank you. And just onto another topic, which is about release of financial information. So it's probably not you, Vida, it's for you, Andrea. So I'd really like to know, we have been presented with information in public excluded workshops, and I really would like to understand is when is that going to be made public? Is it on the 12th of December, on or before? And will that 12th of December workshop be public?
It is public. Sorry, I'll confirm that now. So look, the step from here is that we, across finance and across the whole organisation, we are trying to pull together all the budgets together, along with the decisions that are being made today that will give us a first cut of a budget. And that is the information that we're going to bring you on the 12th of December workshop, which will also be held in public. So that, will provide that consolidated view, and we're looking at what information we can provide at that time, just in the time constraints that we have, and I'll advise on that separately via email to councillors within the week. So that will help, the next phase of this process, as Stephen outlined. In terms of the underlying information that we have used to support some of our decision making, we will look at how we can release that as part of that information so people understand that. As with all those kind of reports, we're going through and looking at what is confidential, obviously, and what needs to be redacted. So we're looking at that package for the 12th of December.
Thank you. And in terms of the long-term plan and the savings that have been identified and they haven't been added up as such. But would it be fair to say that there are still more significant savings that this council is going to have to find or reduce what it wants to spend in the future?
If we were going to take a bet, I'd like to bet that way. And I think that, things are still moving in the economic environment and that we're operating in. And we still don't know what Three Waters is looking like. We're yet to receive that information. So we don't have a categoric what does this look like yet. And also the decisions that are made here today will impact on what things will look like. But I think this helps the foundation of building the budget by giving us some good direction. We can run that through the numbers and then we can have a debate on what does that look like based on this initial cut going forward, and hopefully with the waters information included.
Thank you.
I've only got one more
One more.
question.
Okay,
Is
you
that
can
all
have
right?
it, yeah.
And look, this is just about with the incoming government, whenever they finally form. But there has been talk about city deals. I just really want to understand, because that's where we could get some additional funding from potentially. Have officers started thinking about what could be in a city deal, or what we could be approaching government about, and how that might help our long-term plan?
Perhaps I'll answer that through you, Chair. So two things. The Regional Leadership Committee that we have been participating in for some time has been actually actively working with the Crown on that very concept of a strong and strategic spatial plan for the region that articulates the infrastructural needs and housing supply needs, and therefore puts us in a strong position collectively to work on a kind of partnership or deal with the incoming government. Secondly, the concept of city deals is actually a subject of conversation between the metro sector councils now as to what we think that means and what the opportunities might be. So yes, we are actively thinking about that. But we also have to understand how we build the right kind of relationship first in order to enter into those conversations.
So just to follow on a question, Ms. McCarroll, could we possibly then, rather than a city deal, we could be focusing on a regional deal?
Through you, Chi, yes. When we talk about city deals, they broadly mean either a city or a group of cities regionally, and that's how it's been interpreted in the sector at the moment.
Thank you.
Just a quick update on timing. I am going to suggest we break for lunch at 12:30, and that we only have lunch for half an hour, and that if we continue with questions or moving the paper until then, but that will also, over lunch, will give anybody an opportunity to read all the amendments, and so we can come back to questions on the amendments after lunch. So I have Councillor McNulty next to my list.
Cool. Just some questions on LTP process. So you heard this morning from our community board member that she felt compromised by the fact that we went out 5 months ago and said something will happen after consulting on it for an LTP and an annual plan. I'm sure that some of my whārangi and Motu-Kairangi ward colleagues may feel the same around this. So is there any reflections or thoughts about how we might have done things differently, or will we do things differently in future so we're not setting up expectations with a community to so quickly turn around and say no in future?
I think the challenging thing is that, in effect, every time we do an LTP, it is really a reset in the sense of looking at the 10 years ahead, as opposed to just assuming that what was in the last LTP automatically gets hardwired in. And of course, this time around, we've got more financial challenges to deal with, so we've kind of adopted the attitude that really everything should be on the table. So I think that's the kind of conflict that, at an annual plan we've said things, but, when we were developing that was in effect, 12 months ago in reality by the time it flowed through. So there's no simple answer, Councillor. It's just one of those things, particularly when we're in a very challenging LTP, which we probably haven't had this kind of challenge before.
Councillor Free, did you have questions about other matters? Okay, great. So Yes, Deputy Mayor Fung.
Thank you, Chair. Might be a heightened moment day. Kia ora, just two questions from me. Can I just get clarity on AC7, where we're recommending up to 2.5 million OPEX reduction? Can we just get a really clear steer on exactly where that money is being reduced from? Thank you.
What's the overall topic?
Oh, sorry for everybody else. It's in the arts section, works within tight operating budget. So it's the removing of funding from national organisations. Thank you. Sorry. I'll stick to the broad topic, not the numbers.
Essentially, those might be organisations like Te Papa, in any other national organisation which would draw funding from primarily central government. And I guess the question is, are those, or should those organisations be primarily or contributed to by the council? So that was one of the options that was discussed through the workshops. Yeah.
Okay. And the other one was really on the bond store strengthening. And the question really is just understanding this has been on the go for a while. Is there any way we can get an understanding that certainty is key? Can we get certainty by 2027 on this decision rather than waiting out for a whole nother LTP?
I'll ask Siobhan to respond.
Apologies, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Can you repeat the question?
Just on the bond store, just trying to understand, because it's been around for, I understand, nearly 10 years, can we get certainty on the direction forward by say, 27, so we don't have to go into another long-term plan iteration?
Yeah, so we will have done the options analysis in time for the next LTP, so that we can get that work underway in time for when the notice expires in 2030.
I've just got another one on the bond store, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so under that scenario, we'd be losing Ministry and Culture Heritage funding for $400,000. Would that be the case?
That's as I understand it from talking to Experience NZ.
Okay.
Back to you, Deputy Mayor Foon. Have you got other questions? Okay, Councillor Free.
Yeah, it's really just a process question, and I've been just flicking through the amendments and wondering how we're managing to, we're intending to handle Councillor Rendell's table, which has got several things embedded in it, and it just may be something to think about before we come back.
So we will, so I won't be, and we'll go through that, but there are amendments that are covered in the substantive. So I won't be doing amendments that have already been covered off on the substantive in order to save time. So that will be one, but we will be taking them as a block, and both groups of amendments, taking them as a block, and I assume you will want to vote on them separately. So there will be a lot of voting.
So both groups of amendments, are you talking about two lots from Councillor Randall?
There's one lot from Councillor Randall and one lot from Councillor Pennant, which I agree, I believe are the only two blocks of amendments, which thank you, councillors, for grouping them together. I don't believe there are... Councillor Freeze,
I've got a couple.
But I thought they were covered off by other things?
No, there's
okay,
a couple.
We'll come back. If you could group them in with somebody, that would be ideal. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Regards to the funding from the library, it's on page 238. We're removing 5.18 from the system replacement. But at the same time, we are replacing, if it's this, I'm not sure exactly if it's the same, we are replacing the parking system currently. Which we should be prioritizing, the library system or the parking system?
As I understand it, the parking system is already underway, and that is being completed. So that work will be delivered before the LTP is entered into, I think.
And I understand that it's past its end of useful life, that parking system. The changes need to be made in order to be functional, whereas that's probably not the case for the library one.
I can just interrupt, Councillor. To Andrea's point, yes, that's correct around the parking improvements. They're underway and they will be complete before this LTP.
Does that mean if it wasn't underway, there is a possibility for that one? Because it's my understanding the library will be finished its service time as well by year 3 and year 8.
Probably just to reinforce that, in terms of the parking, that's required in order to actually continue business, whereas in the library one, the judgment is that it's not, or it can be pushed further out in the sense that it's not as urgent as parking was.
Does that mean it will send to the community a sense of that we focus more on something that we can get a gain, financial gain, instead of a societal improvement?
I think that's a point for debate, my friend.
Questions? Still, and if you have questions about amendments. So there was a question about the implications of the preamble to the Randall amendments. So if we could bring that up on screen. The pre-Randall. We just made up a new word there. I guess reading that, it seems to be a reiteration of work we've already done in terms of the strategic priorities, etc. So I want some advice on what the implication of that would be and how that would put us in terms of the timeframes.
Certainly on reading the amendment, there's some things in there that are covered by other amendments, and then there are other things that kind of anticipate a review of already decisions that have been made, whether it be Golden Mile or other things. So I guess at a more fundamental level though, what we're looking for today is certainty in terms of the package, so that we can actually go away and build a budget to come back in December. The amount of work that would need to be done, not on all of it, but some of it in here I think would be very challenging and to even deliver by the 7th of February. And therefore, kind of bringing these things back on the 7th of February, I think will be, potentially we'd run out of time actually to make those decisions on the budget, to build a consultation document and then go out for consultation. We've got a very tight schedule from that February 7 through to when the council needs to adopt a draft consultation document that then goes to audit and then finally out the door to the community. So we think it would be, in some areas in these amendments or the package, pretty impossible to actually deliver the sort of advice that's required by the 7th of February. And waiting until the 7th of February would be quite problematic from kind of landing a final budget and then into that consultation document. So we haven't had a lot of time to look at it. We've looked at it overnight and a bit this morning, but there's a range of things in that list of amendments that make it quite difficult. But Andrea, you might wish to add something.
I think it would be useful probably after lunch if we had officer supported, not officer, in quite a simple way for all of both packages of amendments. I think that would be helpful to councillors if we were able to do that.
I think ultimately where officers support, there are two areas in the substantive which have officer support, and that's in regard to the Civic Square works and in regard to Wellington, New Zealand. But otherwise, the officers have worked, our recommendations are in the report, and just to note that, so yeah.
I do think we will be looking for your view in terms of what the impact of those amendments would be. Even briefly, I'm sorry. I mean, I think it would be useful. I know that is a hard job. Councillor Whiringa-ā-rangi.
Yes, I have a critical process question. Will lunch be catered?
Lunch is here.
Oh, yes.
That was the last question I had on my list. So shall we reconvene at 1 o'clock? And sorry, Councillor Randall. Okay, you didn't have your hand up.
No, just I mean, I think I would rather pick up the questions after lunch. Just to note, as I've already met with officers around the amendment, these concerns were never raised with me until this moment, so I'm slightly disappointed that I haven't had a chance to address the concerns of officers. But I think that can be done.
Let's try and have a conversation over lunch. Okay, we will break now and we will come back at 1 o'clock. We are not going to go through each amendment line by line. What we are going to get is some general advice, and then we're going to do it by questions. So, is that a question about the process? No. Okay. So I'm going to go to the Chief Executive to provide some initial advice.
Thank you, Chair. There are 3 points I want to make before I give some general advice about the amendments. The first thing is I think it's really important to differentiate between this notion of an officer supporting an amendment and an officer giving advice. It is our job to give advice, which you can accept or not, as is your right. It is not our job to tell you we support your initiatives. That would be a political act. So what we are doing is giving you advice. We are not saying whether we support an amendment or not. You may have an officer help you word an amendment, craft an amendment. That does not mean the officer is saying, I support. And that is, I think that's an important differentiation we need to work on as a council, because I often hear this phrase, do the officers support? The second point to make is this is, of course, a very complex process, and officers had around 15 minutes prior to this meeting to try to respond to approximately 50 amendments and articulate their views to councillors. So my apologies if individual councillors don't feel you've had the advice you'd like to have or the time you'd like to have with an officer. And I think the third and most important point is we have a very restrained financial and fiscal environment, and there is no point asking officers to do work on initiatives we simply cannot afford. So the set of recommendations we put forward to you in this report, we stand by as recommendations from us, which you will debate. Our expectation is at the end of this meeting, we will have a package that forms a foundation for working on a draft budget, but there will be more debate in the new year. Now, by the 7th of February next year, we have to have concluded and seen approval from you of the draft budget. So when I turn to the groups of block amendments, first of all, Councillor Randall's one, officer advice is against asking us to do a great deal of work on an alternative set of proposals. We simply do not have the time. Secondly, if we were to go through each of those items one by one, and which we haven't had time to do, what I see is there are some items there that we are already working on, some items that are simply not possible to deliver on, and some items that are alternative to direction you've already given officers. So overall, our advice is that we conclude this meeting today with your final decision, and you allow us to work on one proposal, which will be formed by all of the decisions you make together. There's a second block, which is Councillor Panett's one, and again, officer advice is against those amendments on the basis of our very limited financial capacity, or alternatively, that some actions suggested are not possible. Therefore, I'm assuming that you will have some questions of detail, which we can now traverse. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. So I'm now taking questions. Councillor Calvert.
I just really wanted to just clarify comments from Ms McKerrow. I thought this was the Mayor's proposal rather than officer's proposal. So I'm just trying to understand just whose draft level of services is this? Recommendations.
So as I explained earlier on, as a result of 23 sessions with the council and a survey and discussions that you have had with each other and with the Mayor, we have tried to pull together a set of recommendations which then gives you the opportunity to publicly and transparently debate them. So at the end of the day, what we are looking for is the council's direction to us so that we can work on the draft budget.
Thank you.
Questions on amendments? You don't have any? No. Okay. Oh, Councillor Randall.
Insofar as officers do not have, the decision officers are stating at the moment, that they do not have time to consider alternative options. Is this really saying that councillors can't ask for and get officer advice about challenging individual items that are in the list of the long-term plan?
Councillor Randall, what we are saying is, as I read your amendment, you're asking us to work on an alternative package of proposals, and what we're saying is there is a long list of them, and we do not have the resource to work on a completely new and comprehensive package of proposals, but we're very happy to give advice to the council on individual initiatives if they are substantive and require a great deal of work, and those matters haven't been raised by the council already for us to give advice to you on. That does create a time pressure, but it is really the volume of work that is being asked for here.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just on the Pennant-McNulty amendment that I'm still kidding. CO4, AC4, we're requesting officers to work with CCOs and looking at a realistic CPI increase. So if that amendment does not pass, just to confirm, there will be no CPI adjustment for our CCOs under the baseline proposal. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct.
Have we checked the ramifications of whether that would mean job losses in our CCOs if we were not to provide that increase?
No, because the way that would happen is that would flow into statement of expectations, and the CCOs would have to come back with their draft SOIs and identify how they would achieve that statement of expectation.
So if they were to come back and say, actually, we have to shed, let's say, 20% of our workforce to work in this level, we would either have to find money in an annual plan year or accept the layoffs. Would that be fair?
Or in the finalisation of the budget in February, make different decisions.
Okay, so there'll be an input from them before February. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just, sorry, I just flicked over. The Urban Development Agency, appreciating what Ms McKerrow's just said, but I guess, do officers have a view, or I know that this has been bandied around council for a very long time, so I guess the question is this possible to do by the date given? And does that cost us extra money to do to get to that point?
You're up, Leon.
But a view on the notion of a UDA, please.
Yeah, so you are correct, and through you, Madam Chair, that the council has been considering this idea for quite some time. There's been a number of amendments and acts created over that period. I think Councillor Randall structure this particular recommendation. The important thing, and because we needed to be clear on what he was going to debate, and if he was successful in his debate, what we had to do. There is work underway on urban development already. We have a new government. We don't have an established team yet. We don't know who the ministers are, and the National Party did have a very clear indication on how they wanted to proceed with urban development. So this work is in train. I think the intention here was to help provide some clarity for councillors about how much money would be required to stand one of these things up. So the advice we gave in terms of helping Councillor Randall structure this proposal was to allow us the time to provide you with the advice if and when the government is formed.
I have a question about which, so stay there. It might be a Liam Andrea one, and it's about the Pennant-McNulty amendments. It's like Lennon and McCartney. About the Affordable Housing Fund. So I just want to ask two questions. So my understanding is there's no debt headroom or capital available in order to establish such a fund. And my second question, which is maybe the Liam part, is how would that cut across other work we are doing to enable affordable housing?
Look, I think through you, Madam Chair, it cuts across the housing development team and the tikainga program.
And in terms of the first part of your question around headroom, it's likely that with all of the decisions that we're pulling together, reflecting that we still haven't got the information on waters yet, that we are going to be starting to push up against our debt limits in terms of our own debt to revenue ratio and possibly higher. And so we do need to be cognizant of that.
Are there more questions on amendments? Councillor Pannett.
Thanks. Liam. Sorry. Just in response to Councillor Matthews' question, you know why I've raised this amendment around the Affordable Housing Fund. Can you just, given that the inclusionary zoning one wasn't supported, and we've obviously got money into kāinga, what are we doing to actually make it more affordable to get people into their homes?
Increasing the rates.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think so on top of the tikainga program.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, council's already made these decisions. They've almost quadrupled the housing supply for the city, so we've done that through the regulatory settings from the district plan. And then you have an active team called City Development, which goes and tries to enable housing development, that they sort of, if you like, case manage large-scale housing projects that come through a consenting system. And the third point I've already made is we have a housing development team. There is a tikainga program. You've given us a target. It's 1,000 dwellings in 5 years, and we're underway deploying it. Two of those matters are actually KPIs for the CE as well.
And how are we tracking in terms of numbers? Like, so what's the success over the
I think that, no, we're making out that's advice on the LTP amendment, Iona.
I just want to see if it's working. Thank you.
Any more questions on amendments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Free, and I did have your name down, sorry.
It's the third time. So I have, after some advice at lunchtime, decided that I will remove the amendment around the walkways. Siobhan and I have had a discussion that there is money there. It will be prioritised because I'm aware of quite a few that do need money, and I was a bit concerned about that. But the dog parks, I just wanted to ask Mr. Andrews if he's there for some feedback on my request to keep maybe an option to have a couple more in this 10-year period, and how possible that might be and the kind of level of funding that would be required.
So through you, Madam Chair, we're working closely with the policy team around the review of the dog policy at the moment. And in terms of level of service around provision of dog exercise areas and enforcement and those sorts of things, when the policy came up, we talked about actually dog owners apportion their fee going towards that level of service that we do provide. We've already fenced a number of dog exercise areas. So I suppose what we're saying, we're happy to look at fencing of additional areas over the next decade. How we fund that is probably the question. And I think we would lean more towards dog registration fees, funding that rather than general kind of rates.
Are you happy enough that I haven't sort of talked too much about funding in my amendment? I've just sort of put it up there as an aspiration to have a couple more. I'm happy for you.
One thing that we will be doing with councillors in the very near future is working through the revenue and financing policy, and so these types of things can also be introduced through that mechanism, because we'll be looking at, who pays what in terms of that revenue and financing policy work that we can do, and then we need to marry that against the budget again also.
Okay, so there's not too much discomfort with this as it stands. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
I'll refrain, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So we're asking on the paper itself, not only the amendment, right?
Anything on the LTP?
Sure. This would be probably for Paul. Regards to the bowling, Working Man's Bowling Club in Owen Street, the 222 resolution was to bring it back to the Long-Term Plan and Finance Committee. In this paper, it says to bring it to the Social and Cultural Committee in November 23. How the resolution that this House passed, it's going to come again to different committee instead of the one the resolution is addressing?
Well, you are committees of the whole. I suppose you know, over the course of time, as Stephen alluded to before, things have changed in terms of our prioritisation around projects and our financial situation. So this is an opportunity to reset, but we're more than happy to bring back to council where we've got to following our community engagement with the community about that site and the building.
So that my question is why it's not coming to the Long-Term and Finance Committee, why it is going to the Social and Cultural Committee?
Through you, Chair, maybe I can help. I think that'll simply be a consequence of the new governance structure for this triennium and the terms of reference for the different committees. So now items related to park space goes to that particular committee. So I suspect that's why.
It is probably the most appropriate committee to bring that back to, yes. Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I got another question that is regards to the waterfront safety. I know the coroner inquiry is next year, early next year, but how come we're going to allocate some resources into if the report come back suggesting to do some improvement beyond the lighting and a bit of the edge? There is nothing in this long-term plan.
There is funding in this long-term plan for waterfront edge protection and lighting. There's 7 million identified.
So will that mean addressing maybe the edge protection? Like what kind of, can you just take me through the kind of edge protection that will solve the previous incident that we faced?
I'll break it down into lighting and edge protection. We've already got a number of technical reports around the lighting and what lighting standard we want to light the waterfront to, accepting that the waterfront's been lit over several decades and there's a lot of ageing lighting infrastructure. So we're pretty comfortable we know where we're going with lighting. The edge protection is more complex. So we've been looking at all of the waterfront with going right back on all areas and where we might provide edge protection and what sort of edge protection we would provide. So that could be seating, it could be bollards, it could be fencing. There's a combination of lighting to be integrated into those assets as well. So I hope that hopefully that answers your question.
Perhaps I'd just add that when the coronial inquiry is completed and there are specific recommendations in there, if there is, then we would look at that program and target it to, kind of meet those recommendations or potentially, depending on the timing of it, look at some additional funding to implement those recommendations either through an annual plan or depending on the timing of just where this was at.
Oh, cool. So there is a potential to bring it back to the annual plan based on the report if we need more money.
Depends on the timing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I do have a couple of other questions. I am just conscious of time now, so we are going to, when we move to voting and debate, be disciplined, and the reason I say that is because we know that some people will have to leave, so I want to involve everybody in the decision as much as we can. Councillor O'Neill.
Just really quick one on the McNulty-Pannett amendment. The blue...
I think it's Pannett-McNulty.
The Pannett-McNulty. The one around the blue network plan, is that not something that it's come up a few years in a row, but that's kind of folded into district plan sort of things, right? I just wanted to get some clarity as to which business unit that would be sitting in.
I think, Liam, can you answer that?
Madam Chair, that's City Design Business Unit.
Next we have Councillor McNulty of Pannett-McNulty fame.
With the pool decarbonisation, because it was new to me in this proposal, will we be getting any details or information on that before it comes up in February?
I'm probably not the subject matter expert on this, but we can certainly provide more information to councillors. But I think the key drivers for council is to reduce our carbon footprint. The pools are our biggest user of energy, of natural gas. They're largely heated and cooled by natural gas. The other thing that we're conscious of is that there is now a single supplier for gas, and we're expecting quite significant increases in the cost of that energy over time. So there is a business case that sits behind it, and we're happy to share that with councillors.
That'd be excellent. Just on the speed management plan that's in the Randall amendment, are we still working on the instruction from Waka Kotahi under the existing government in our assumptions for the LTP? If there's a change in direction or statement, will that change what comes through into the LTP?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. We're waiting for the position from government. There's a national policy statement coming out on transport very shortly, I'm told, when government is formed, and that'll give us an indication about that particular rule. So we think officers will be likely talking to you early next year when we're a bit more clarity on how we will proceed with that particular work program.
That is the end of the questions. I do not see anybody with a hand up. Thank you so much. I now go to Mayor Whānau to move the amended substantive motion.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Thank you very much. Look, this is a very, very big step towards building our long-term plan that will shape our city over the next 10 years. As we've pulled this package together, I've often kept coming back to what was in our LTP strategic document, that Wellington, Pōneke, is a creative capital where people and nature thrive. It's no secret that, like many other councils, we're facing our financial challenges with pressures of inflation, interest rates and insurance costs. And that means we have to make some tough decisions, which we're going to do today. We can't do everything we want immediately, so I've sought to prioritise what is important in achieving our vision and phasing some other things. I have pushed for some things, of course, as mayor, because I felt like I could do that. Yeah, just FYI. I've pushed on, and I've harped on about this laser focus of the city centre, one that is bustling and green and bringing nature back to the city, while promoting like a fun and vibrant local scene where people come together and have fun, and where businesses are supported for success. And that's why I've sought to accelerate our Courtney Place precinct plan to reactivate our entertainment zone and begin implementing our green network plan. While we're in a tight financial situation, we can't lose sight of the true crisis we face, which of course is climate change. We heard that from our rangatahi earlier today. And that's why I've sought to protect our key climate action initiatives like waste reduction and the cycleway network. I'm also seeking to establish the Climate Resilience Fund that would enable communities to undertake small projects to protect against the impacts of climate change we are already seeing. And I'll note that, in an earlier meeting with councillors earlier this year, there was quite a lot of support for that particular fund. I also believe that the arts, and many of us believe this too, is the heart of our identity. And while we're facing some tough decisions on funding, I'm going to prioritise that we support our smaller grassroots arts organisations, the workers, the actors who we know don't get paid much as it is, so we should support them as much as we can. They are vital to our vibrant arts scene and really rely on council support. So I want to thank the councillors around the table here and officers for the useful corridor and participation in all the workshops over the last few months and few days. Some of the suggestions that councillors have put through, I've put either into the substantive or just allowed others to debate them. And in particular, I want to highlight the amendment to remove the budget of $230 million to fully strengthen and repair parts of the Te Ngākau, including capital E, and looking for cheaper options. This is a good example of councillors working together to help solve some of our tricky financial issues. So let's keep that up. In my mind, if we can find savings here, that money, should be going towards our number one priority of pipes, as well as some other projects that our community have asked for, and we'll work through that in the coming months. I know councillors have a number of
big number of other amendments to work through and projects that they want to save. You know, as Madam Chair has said, we'll keep it respectful, we'll put it through the process and have those debates. But my starting position is, at this early stage, we need to keep as many potential savings as possible to allow officers to prepare that draft budget that meets the needs of our city and that is affordable, and to keep rates down. So after the first cut of the budget, you know, this is not the final product, and I suspect we'll need to make some further changes as well. Finally, my message to Wellingtonians as we go through this process: yes, we're going to make some tough decisions, but rest assured, we have the capability to grow Wellington still and make it a better place for current and future generations to live, work, play and visit. Thank you.
Kia ora. I'm seconding. I'll reserve my right to speak. You'll be saddened to hear. So we're moving immediately to Councillor Pannett's amendments. Councillor of Pannett McNulty fame. So over to you, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll just start off by saying that I think we need to pay to live in a decent society. So that will be my starting point when we come to vote to a number of amendments. I'd like to give a heartfelt thanks to the Mayor and to councillors who've worked on this process and the officers, because it's a heap of work. And I will be supporting amendments from everyone across the spectrum, because I think it's nice to be, not all of them, some of them are a bit, you know, problematic, but I will be supporting something. I think we need to be very careful about any conversations today about a financial crisis. Gaza is a crisis, our city is not. We have money, we've just got to make some choices and grow the pie a bit bigger. My worry, actually, is given climate change and that our ecological systems are under threat, that is the biggest challenge to our economy and to our city. And that's what we need to do even more work to prepare for. And look, there will be lots of chances for the public to have a say, so we'll get lots more feedback and totally open to having more of that. Mayor Whānau, just one point, it would be good if you could address in your right of reply just the fact that some people have raised some concerns about some of the items that are not listed here, just to give reassurance to the city from the Castelia report and all of that. Because, you know, my understanding is that some of this is still to be put into the budget, so we knew about a lot of the costs that were listed. Right, so I'd now just like to speak to the amendments that are up there. So this is a collaborative effort on the part of a number of councillors, and it's been good to work with you, team. And so I'll only speak to a few of them because colleagues can speak to some of them more effectively than I can. So, look, I just want to strongly support, though, any commitment to the suburban town centres. We have dropped the ball a bit there for good financial reasons, good planning reasons, but we can't do that forever. So I do want to continue with that. And helping our CCOs with CPI increases is something I also support. In terms of the things I specifically want to address, I want to talk about the Home Energy Saver Program, 300,000. So supporting that with the support from the Deputy Mayor and officers about that we'll do a review on it. But this is a good program. It's working. As climate change ramps up, we need to do more assessments of people's home and give them more advice about the things they need to do to make their home green. Things like apps aren't enough to deliver that kind of change, and the Sustainability Trust is a trusted partner. So I do ask for your support on that, because our homes are one of the biggest sources of emissions, and so we need to keep a focus on that. And so whilst Mayor Whānau, I'm through the chair, I am supporting your Climate Resilience Fund, I just do note that it is taking the focus away from buildings, which is an area we have not put the money into as much as transport and waste, but obviously anything to do with climate I'll support. I have put up that we do more local community adaptation plans by the 2027. We are now in deep stress. There are many communities that are threatened by sea level rise and other environmental disasters. So I think I was concerned that we were peeling that program back, and I'd like to at least just find a midpoint there. On the Affordable Housing Fund, I am asking for your support just to get some more work done. And I guess my view is that while it's great to hear, again, what the council has agreed to do, you know, the planning rules, te kāinga, case management, that's all good stuff. It's not enough. And so this, because we have to use every tool that we can in our toolkit to make this happen. Get everyone, and my ideal is into their own home so they have control where possible. So this idea is to help people who are not involved in the Te Kāinga program, all the great chips, people who want to do co-housing. It's not maybe enough to do much actual building, but it will be enough to do things like seismic assessments and feasibility studies. And so this is just asking for some more work to be done. It was very difficult for me to have the inclusionary zoning last year not go through because I thought it was innovative work which would have really helped build more houses, and we need that because if we're going to have light rail, we must absolutely protect the corridor for ordinary people, not just for rich people. So my view is that we need to use every tool, not just some of the tools, and there are things which, for example, decarbonising the pools, I'd rather put money into this. And then just my last point, look, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do have some concerns about a few of them, like Otari, the walking I'm strongly opposed to. I do want to make sure there's enough money for homelessness. Anything to do with housing, I will support extra funding. I will strongly be, in fact, I will publicly campaign against any provision for extra car parking. We are in a climate emergency, people, and this is a very walkable and public transport friendly city. We don't need more parking. But there are some really good things in here, and I'm happy to support a lot of things. And to my other colleagues, thank you for actually coming up with some concrete ideas about things that you want to see cut, because that means we can have the discussion, and some of them I'll support, as I said. Kia ora.
Councillor McNulty.
Sure, I'll go. So I'm seconding this amendment, though none of them are my amendments, but just for the ease of good process, so I get to attach myself to all the glory. Look, I'm actually probably going to be voting against most of these, and it's not because there's anything in here that I don't like. It pains me, representing the suburb with the 189th of 222 things to do in Wellington tourist attraction that is the Johnsonville Mall, to say no to suburban upgrades. It physically pains me. My God, I would love to be pouring money into the concrete, desolate wasteland that is Johnsonville. But I take that we are in a really serious fiscal situation, and today we need to show some restraint, and I hope that maybe when things come back in February, if we've been restrained enough, there's some opening to look at it. But what I will really ask people to do is to support the First Amendment on the CCOs. The reality is, and the CCOs can't say this because they work within the confines of how council officers, the messages from them haven't come through to elected members as strongly as they should have. And what's on the line with not giving them CPI increases as job losses? It's that simple. They can't say it themselves, but that is the reality if we don't put this through. And having talked to a few of people around the group and seeing what's in there, that is my firm opinion that if we do not provide some more support in there, and they are an easy target because they can't fight back when you go for cuts. Pick on the CCOs because they can't bite the hand that feeds. So I'm going to stand up on their behalf and really strongly advocate on that First Amendment. The others, oh my Lord, I'd love to be backing and putting through, but let it be known that a Labour councillor exercised fiscal restraint.
I'm going to speak next. And in that theme, another Labour councillor is going to exercise fiscal restraint. And someone said to me a couple of weeks ago that the process of adjusting your budget and making some cuts actually is meaningless if you only support cuts for things you never supported in the first place. And I give that challenge to some of my colleagues with amendments to come, because there is stuff in the budget that we're not making amendments on, and some of these amendments that I would like to do, but I am going to vote against because the financial struggle is real. I guess I just want to open with the question about CCOs, and I'm not even going to support that one. And the reason is that we are asking our own business units within council to cut, and we are not inflation adjusting our own people. And so I want to work through that process, and what we need to do, I am not advocating job cuts. However, I want to address the things in partnership with the CCOs and work through the process rather than making a budget adjustment for everybody now, because some may not need it. And so I want to do that work. I guess, and I just want to the affordable housing work, I just want to note the work that we are, and this is an issue that is dear to my heart, but we will have a final ambitious district plan come to us next year. When we talk about gifts or grants to the community housing sector, we are doing that, and we have done it to our own community housing provider, Te Toi Mahana, through a gift of properties and money, that resource, and to support tenants. We have insisted on an ambitious te kāinga program. We are doing work in the rental inspection area. And we have passed some amendments for ambitious work through that housing action plan. What we do not have at the moment is money to hand out. And, we need to take those issues seriously, so I will not be supporting that. Thank you, colleagues. The next person I have on the list is Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. I appreciate my Labour colleagues showing fiscal constraint, and really just want to acknowledge the amount of work that has gone into the program. But actually, I'll just speak to the amendments right now. But yeah, thank you for your views. So just on CCOs, I totally agree with you, Councillor Matthews, but I think what I really want to see is just the reassurance that there will be a process that we will go through, and I think the amendment fairly outlines the way that we will get to who's really going to need help or not. So I do want to support that one. Also, just on the town centres upgrade, this hasn't come lightly, but I think from what I can see, there's never been a budget line for town centres, a reoccurring one, and so it is a really unfair environment for councillors to have to pitch it against each other to get their town centre upgraded. I'm going to say I'm open to how this comes back. If it comes back that we can start it in 27, okay, I'll wear that. But I really think we need to, no one else can upgrade a town centre, just the council. And so when we are going through doing things like upgrades to pipes or putting in cycleways, part of that is just doing a bit of upgrade as well as it goes through. So yeah, just that is why I've wanted to bring that one today. And also I promised that when we were doing density, I would stand for density done well. So this is why this is here. And just some of them I won't be supporting. I won't go through the list, but just thank everyone. I know that none of these have come lightly, so I appreciate the mahi.
Councillor Whiringa.
I almost stood, but I might save that for later. Just keen to speak to these amendments, specifically one of mine, which has made its way in there, troublesome as ever. So, as you see on the screen, it's number 10. As you read on your papers, it's number 9. The allocation of $50,000, peanuts may I add, to work with our Tākai Here partners and also Wellington Water to scope a blue network plan for the city is a crucial amendment. This is why. We have a green network plan. It covers the green stuff that's on top of the ground. We have no idea what is underneath the ground. We have a cursory understanding of it, but we do not have a complete or even vaguely workable understanding of how the various awa and urban streams and pipe streams, etc., feed into our natural environment. Let me give you a bit of context on this. So this was a this is a resolution that has been on the council books forever, for years and years and years. Never got any funding, so it's never been done. It's always been kicked down the road, there's no money attached to it, bugger it, we'll do it next year. We'll do it 7 years later. We'll push it out to the very long time frame. The purpose of this amendment is to put the minimum viable dollar figure onto it just to get it happening. Doesn't have to happen tomorrow, doesn't even have to happen by the end of this term, but it needs to start happening because it's a council resolution that's been around for ages and has come up in multiple LTPs, and no one's ever given it any money and has just been like, oh, whatever. So that's why I've put it up today. I really want to speak in support of creating a good understanding of the blue network that feeds into our city, because it is literally the basis of so much more mahi that we can do in the environmental space. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
So this is my third LTP, and I think I've been here far too long because I know too much. But I remember. So some of these amendments, in particular the one around the town centre upgrades, the reason there's no money in the budget is because that budget activity or budget line was taken out years ago. It used to be there consistently, and I know when I first came on council back in 2017. There was actually, we got some money to do some engagement, and that money on an annual basis, and that money's gone. I don't know where it is. It's probably been consumed into some other budget line. So, and I know, look, I'm going to, a little example is Northland Village. I mean, that needs a better laneway between its three main paths to connect better, and there's never any money because it's not a big suburb, it's not one of the big local centres, and yet everything's done in that area in a piecemeal way, even like roading improvements, cycling improvements, pedestrian improvements. So we've actually got to stick something back in our budget to make sure that we are doing actually what people pay their rates for. Doing what people expect, that we are helping their communities, because at the end of the day, that's what they're paying their rates for. So we can say, well, we shouldn't be doing this now, or we can kick the can down the road, but there are some basic core services that we as a council, as the only authority that can do this stuff, we should be planning for. So I'm really grateful for that one being in there, because I think we need to think about that and actually put some money in without necessarily picking the winners now. I could have supported the arts and culture one under requesting officers to work with CCOs on how they can drive more revenue, and I think that's inherent in the sort of broader proposal. But talking about recommending a realistic CPI, yes, there will be job cuts, but I think this council, if it hasn't explicitly said so, it's probably going to have to sort of start thinking in that way as well on some of our services, because everyone else is doing it. I appreciate Councillor Whiringa-ā's comment about the allocation of money for the Blue Network plan. I thought that's what we paid Wellington Water to do in Three Waters, with actually understanding where our water was, whatever it is. And I'm also going to support the retain sufficient funding for the fenced dog areas. I think it's really important. We talk about densification, we talk about intensification. We do not have, and people will have less property or less land for the dogs. So we need to provide that.
That's a separate amendment, I believe.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. Oh, well, sorry about that. But I'm going to support you on that. I'll speak again. I just went over the page. Sorry about that, folks. I'm finished.
Any other debate? Oh, Councillor O'Neill, sorry. Yes. And
I just wanted to speak very briefly on the CCO CPI increases. This is something that I've had many discussions with various, a few board chairs and a few chief executives and a few colleagues. So for me, for CCOs with lean operations, asking for a haircut can sometimes be an arm or a leg. And for an experienced Wellington, it could be staff cuts. For Zealandia, it could be an education program. And so it's really important to me, and when we were thinking about this amendment, initially it read, fund all CCOs up to the full CPI amount. with discussions with officers and colleagues, we've now changed the wording back down to request officers to work with CCOs and see how we can drive more revenue and recommend realistic CPIs. So for me there, that's kind of a good compromise. We're committing to a conversation around it. And I think, you know, a lot of them are doing it pretty tough at the moment, and just having that open conversation, or at least noted in the paper that we're going to have a good conversation there as well. Kia ora.
Councillor Chung.
I think it's no secret that when we first started looking at this, my view was actually to say no to everything, that I don't want any money spent on any of these projects. But earlier on in the year, we actually had a meeting here in council where we talked about what sort of councillors are there. I think it was the ex-deputy mayor from Auckland, and she said there are three types of councillors. There are the first type is the consultative type, and that councillor goes out to talk to their constituents all the time, and so they say that this is coming up in the plan. What do you want me to do? You know, what do you consider are the important things? Second type of councillor, I think, was the idealistic or ideology-driven councillor, and so they have things that they believe that should happen in the council, in the city, and this is how we actually want the city to turn out. This is what we want to do. So they're guided by those things, by their beliefs and values. And the third type of councillor, I think, was the ones that have been there a long time, and so they've had a particular way of working, and so they keep working in the same direction. And so I thought about that a lot. And so, you know, while I think that, yes, I don't want to spend any money at all on any of these things, I'll go out and I'll talk to my constituents. And so the feedback I've actually had from them is that they want me to be very, very careful in where the money goes. And so they right at the top of the list, all the time they say that what we want you to do most of all is we want you to fix the leaks in the pipes. Every day we walk outside, we see the water leaking everywhere. So we want that to be the top priority. Nothing else comes close to that. And then further down, then we talk about the different things. We talked about the airport. What should we do about the airport shares? You know, and so I've gotten a full range of things from them. Some of the things I disagree with personally, but I am going to follow what my constituents want, and so I will vote according to them. Now, some of these things here, I've gone through them all. When we talked about the park in Lyle Bay, I actually voted for this to go through, and so then when I went through the list again, I thought, no, that's extra money. That's 1.7 million or something that we really can't afford. Everyone has to take a cut on this, but I also think about what the people in the community want, and so I think that if the community actually wants to get these things through and they're willing to put the money and the effort into doing it, then I think that says a lot, and so that sways me a lot in the decision. So I'm going to accept that and sort of go for that. We go down a bit further with the CCOs. Again, I've had a lot of discussions with CCOs about what they actually need, to actually be more productive, to actually improve their operations, and I think that that's very important. And once again, there are a lot of people in these CCOs that are putting a lot of effort into it, so I think that comes into it. So when I look at this amendment here, is that we request CCOs to actually look at how they operate, whether they can actually find the revenue from other things. I think that's a good thing. But the section where it says that recommend a realistic CPI increase, I think that's restricting it too much, because I think each of the CCOs operate differently, and that may not be a good blanket solution for all of them. So
we had 3 minutes, Councillor, so it would be great if you could start to wrap things up.
Okay, I'll go straight to my colleague Nika Wanera's comment about the $50,000 to look at a blue plan. I tend to think that's the job, that's the sort of function that Wellington Water has all the time. This is exactly what they should be doing, and so to allocate them extra money to be doing this, I'm not so comfortable with. I think that this should always be part of their plan, and so they should be focusing on this. There's a whole lot more, but I think I'm running out of my 3 minutes. So
pretty run out of it.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Yeah, Hua Tepara is not part of this amendment either. Councillor, Poiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been pondering some of these things because we are trying to reduce what we have. And I listened to what Madam Chair said about number one with the CCOs, and I agreed with that. But then I listened to what Councillor McNulty said, and I agreed with that. And then I. So where I landed was that I was thinking about how the living wage has come in, and once we introduced the living wage, then we got a higher standard, and that then meant so I'm talking about my staff, and then that increased. So taking in consideration your point, I believe that if we support this, then we'll be able to support our staff as well. So I'm going to agree with that one. And I'm also going to agree with number 9 or 10, whichever one it is. And I am thinking very carefully about the urban planning one with this include funding for one town or suburb centre upgrade every 2 years. And that was also me thinking about what you said, Councillor McNulty, about Johnsonville. Maybe we'll be able to get the suburbs that don't get any attention, that always get pushed down the road. And then while I was thinking of that, I was thinking, gee, this is a bit irresponsible. But then I remembered, having been on council for a number of years and knowing the process, this is our long-term plan. This is for 10 years. And in 2 years' time, when we go to, it's 2 years, when we go to renew it again, we might be in a better financial position. And so we might be able to look at this. So I don't think I'm being financially irresponsible. I think I'm still, by voting this way, I'm still leaving the opportunity for these things to still be considered. But can I also just remind councillors that this process is for 10 years? It seems like we're getting our, I don't know what the other word is, but it's knickers in a twist. And the reality, it's the long-term plan, it's for 10 years. You know, that it could potentially change again. If it was the annual plan, I would get the passion and the urgency. But if we could just remember this, because the day is getting on. Cup, thank you.
Go to Councillor Pannett of Pannett and McNulty fame for her right of reply.
And a brief one. Thank you, colleagues, for your considered debate, and the councillors who spoke to the amendments in the amendment, thank you for your comments, and I will be strongly supporting them. Look, I'm just going to really make one comment. So, and this is particularly a message to my colleagues on the left, of which I firmly sit. Look, one of the issues that we have come to address is that we didn't tax people enough, because this is why we are in a problem with our water. We haven't spent enough money. And so when people come to a table and say we must be disciplined, look, I understand the justification, but you have to look at the costs of not taking action. And those costs are in the billions. And, well, trillions. We are talking about that. The scale of the climate catastrophe is so big. So I would just ask you to, and we maybe need to have some more discussion about that, just to, in the most respectful way, to think about that, because this is the language of the political right. And for me, some of that language just doesn't work in a climate crisis. We just have to pay the money that we have to pay to get out of the emergency that we are in. And like the things like the suburban centres, just as an example, as another thing, if we'd never put any money in, then they're just going to degrade and degrade and degrade. At some point, we have to spend the money. Now, while this is a 10-year plan, effectively it's only for 3 years, because we'll be doing another one sooner or later. But look, I'd just like to challenge that kind of language, because it has caused so many problems. And when the water stuff comes in, that is what we're talking about. We didn't spend enough, and now we have to spend more. Kia ora.
Okay, now I'm assuming people want to take all of these separately? No. All right, so we will start.
Division as well, please.
Yes, the division. We're doing the Pannett McNulty at the top. So we're going to start with, yes, with A, it's AI. So it's the one about the CCOs. Yeah, yeah. So is what I did good? Okay, all right. It's supposed to be silence while we're voting, apparently, children. That is carried. Okay, we are now moving to GI, which is 3 to 4 community engagement plans on adaptation rather than 1 to 2. Yep. That is lost. We now move on to G2, which is the reinstatement of the Home Energy Saver Program funding, 300,000, and officers to come back to a paper with proposals to refresh the program in the new year. That is lost.
Interesting.
Okay, we now move on to J1, which is the town. Did someone vote the wrong way? Okay. Then shut up then. Jokes. Just jokes. You're putting me off. J1. That's the town and suburban centre upgrades. Oh. Didn't? Oh, you did. Oh, that is passed.
Interesting.
We've spent more time talking about Johnsonville than any suburb. Right, J2, increase funding to further implement the Green Network Plan over the next 10 years, double the number of trees. That is lost. J3, this is the Affordable Housing Fund. That is lost. 10, sorry, I was looking off my, what happened to 9? 10, and that is the Blue Network Plan. That is carried. All right. Should we do the little dog parks one? We do the little dog parks one? Okay. It's in order on your papers. Moved, Free, seconded, Apanovich. Dog parks. Off you go, Sarah.
So look, a fair amount's been said about this already, and as you would have heard during the question time, staff are not allergic to this. It's just, it's an aspiration, but it is it should actually be affordable, and there are options to be more specific about how we can afford it when we come to our funding work that we're going to be doing. One thing I did notice, we've just had the animal policy, and we had a lot of hearings. I was on the hearings panel, and there are a lot of our community who are a little bit afraid of dogs off leash. At the same time, there is a need to have spaces where dogs can run, and I think Councillor Paul, I think, or it might have been Councillor Calvert. Councillor Calvert made a really good point that as our city gets more dense, people still want to have pets, and we actually need more provision. And there are still spaces that can be, and this was confirmed through the staff, that can actually be provisioned for off-leash areas. And I think it's a good signal to our community. For many people, their pets and their dogs are their family members, and it's really tough when you haven't got provision for your family member to live the best life it can live. So I'd really like your support for this. Thank you. Oh, and I believe John's, who's also an animal lover of various different animals, has agreed to support it.
Oh. Do you want to speak, John? I feel like you might need a personal explanation there.
Is this the Freya Panovich amendment?
It is.
Love dogs.
I'm freeing John to say what he needs to say.
Yeah, just literally was thinking about this as I went up Mount Kiaka on the weekend with lots of dogs, none of my own. But yeah, happy to support.
Stop stealing dogs, John. Councillor Whiringa?
Kia ora. I just have a brief question to the mover, which could possibly be addressed in the right of reply. I guess my key consideration here is whether this is going to help or hinder our local wildlife, especially birds, who are often victimised by dogs. And I'm also a bit curious about whether dog owners will contribute somewhat to the cost of these facilities. If you could just answer that in your right of reply, that'd be cool. Thank you.
Councillor Chung?
Thanks very much. Like my colleague Sarah Free, I attended all those oral submissions on dogs the other day, and I have to say that I was actually quite moved by a lot of those comments. Personally, I've never actually liked dog parks because I find that there's plenty of places in Wellington where you can actually take your dogs and they can sort of roam off lead. And I don't like dog parks because I find that you're squashing a whole lot of dogs into sort of one area, and there's always going to be big dogs, medium dogs, and small dogs that don't like each other, and so I think it's always a place where there are possible issues. So I've never been a fan of them. However, as I sort of drive around, I find that the dog parks are actually very, very popular. There's always people in them, and so I feel that there is a place for them. And so for this reason, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
I just want to remind you, you don't all have to speak. All right, Mea whānau.
I have to speak to this one. I'm going to support this amendment because I agree we have a lot more dogs now, especially as we become a bigger city, and we need nice, safe places to help train them. I love my teddy, but he's a little bit dumb sometimes. So once I let him off in an unfenced area, he ran away from it and ran to the fenced park. So I think that's a good sign that actually they're fine for dogs, and it'll help keep them away from those kind of like sensitive bush areas as well. So very happy to support.
Councillor McNulty?
Like Councillor Whiringa, I just have some questions for the right of reply. I should have probably paid attention when we asked questions of officers, but I guess with the dog plan that's already underway, my understanding is that provided new spaces across the city. So whether this is doing additional to what's already in the dog plan that's being consulted would be something that would be good for me to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Panet?
I'm really struggling with whether to vote for this, Councillor Free. As you know, I'm a devoted dog guardian, but we've just had votes which have turned down the possibility of engaging and working with communities to prepare for climate change. And for me, that is more important. So I'm actually really struggling with having this is pretty trivial in light of some of the other serious consequences. And yeah, definitely, if we want more dog exercise areas, we as guardians can pay for it. Kia ora.
Right of reply, Councillor Free?
Yeah, so I'm just going to respond to the two main issues that seem to have been raised. And yes, I do think from a point of view of allowing keeping our wildlife safe, that having fenced areas which are known to be frequented by dogs is intrinsically better than letting them roam over more generally in our natural areas. And yeah, I mean, owners need somewhere to exercise their dogs, and I know, for example, Cog Park's really well used by owners of medium dogs, rather than letting them run around on the waterfront, which is well-known habitat for little blue penguins. So, you know, I think that there is a really clear argument that the provision of dog parks is at least not harmful and is potentially a little bit helpful. And as to the funding of it, there has been a clear suggestion that the some of the dog licensing fee would be targeted to some of this. At the moment, the suggestion is just improvements to existing parks. So I guess what I'm saying is I think we still need a few more. And all I'm really suggesting is a couple more over 10 years. And it would be up to officers, of course, to find out where that's best located, the kind of level of funding that can be justified. But yes, there is an expectation this will be partly funded at least by dog licence fees. That's it from me.
Thank you. All right, we will go to the vote on that one doggy amendment. That is carried. All right, now we move on to the next big bunch of amendments. Councillor Randall, these will be the Randall Young ones, and I'll go over to you, Councillor Randall. I'm going to be, we are using the timer. I'm going to a bit more latitude to movers and things like that. So, you know, but I'll remind you if it's ages.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matthews. So this, although I'm moving this amendment, councillors need to be aware that this has actually been a group effort from a group of councillors and the public, actually. This really was a comprehensive review of all of the stuff that was put into the baseline long-term plan proposed by the Mayor. I want to start off by recognising that the Mayor is responsible for leading the long-term plan and has put together a pretty comprehensive set of suggestions that we do need to consider and work with officers, rightly work with officers towards doing that. However, we also have a lot of uncertainty at this time. We haven't got the funding needed for Three Waters, which is obviously a very high priority and might come across. We've had good and bad news from Wellington Water in terms of what they can do in the future. There's also the housing pressure, and in the housing pressure budget, we also see that the cost increases for even providing current services, you know, through inflation, etc., is causing budgets in that area to increase. We have a new government which must be recognised, and the new government will have a huge influence on what this council was able to do, and we need to engage with that. That includes the long-term future of Three Waters, which hopefully is not too far away, but and there's the Let's Get Wellington Moving program, and this long-term plan makes some very big assumptions around what the future of government funding is. I also recognise and thank the officers for giving us some guidance on how to do the long-term plan. I think the priorities we have, which is stated to be fix what's broken, maintain what we're doing, and then then do some new stuff. And that's certainly been reflected a lot in the in the conversations I've been having with the community and with my fellow councillors. The whole purpose of this amendment, though, is really just to provide some basic information. I think the officers have slightly overcooked what this amendment's really about. Really what the purpose of this was to recognise, it was not to try and change what was proposed by the Mayor, but more to ask on specific areas for some basic costings and timings on what another option would be, another approach, and these approaches were very much along the lines of focusing on fix and maintain. Liam Hodges earlier said, for example, that we refined the urban planning statement just to say that we want officer advice around the costing and timing of when such an agency put together. And that's the level of information that we're looking at. We're not looking, it says alternative proposal, but we're really not looking for a whole new proposal. We just want some alternative information so that when we go to the public, when we discuss things, we know what's happening. I also want to recognise that we do, as a city, need to support our residents. There's a lot of the long-term plan that is focused on the city. I suspect, myself coming from the Northern Ward, that it's too much, and we're seeing some compromises being made that potentially have the balance wrong. Last year we took $468 million in rates. But 268 million of that, that's 57%, came from the suburbs, businesses, suburban residents. And we need to support our residents out there. And they're saying to me, certainly to many others, that we need to focus on the bread and butter services. And where those are compromised, we've asked for the alternative information on just maintaining services, really. And that's, I'm trying to explain where the amendment's coming from, because I want to encourage you to support it. I want to give you a couple of examples. One example is PO12. Officers and councillors don't like to say we're going to cut a service. But when you have managed within existing budget levels through tactical reductions in service levels in some areas, that's a euphemism for we're going to cut the service we're providing today. And so really the alternative, I just want some information saying, well, what would it cost us just to maintain the services on an inflation-adjusted basis, to do next year what we're doing this year? And I'm worried about a drop-off on those services will lower the quality of our city, and we need to know that that's an active decision. Another example is on the speed management. Inside the budget, officers decided not to put up any alteration of the speed management. We've got $30 million in there still, and yet we know that it's going to be reviewed. And so all this is asking for is, well, what would it cost us just to do the minimum, a good quality minimum? And again, that's an option that didn't come through the mayor's process, but I would just ask that we put that on the table for officer information so that we are properly informed. The whole, the thing that struck me when I read the report was the reputational risk around what we're doing. And I think that the officers and council does recognise it, but I just want to read it out quickly. The proposed package of changes is likely to increase council reputational risk with a number of stakeholders, as the package will entail some reduction in scope and speed of previously committed programs of change and investment. We've seen that, for example, with the Granada North sports field. Prioritisation of council activities to work within funding levels will create a range of impacts on community arts and sporting groups. What does that mean? That's I'm worried that's a cut, and we can cut.
Councillor, you've had 6 minutes,
Okay,
so you're getting on to 9.
Thank you. Sorry. So I just want to readjust your view of this. I never got a chance to talk to officers to amend it to say what I intended it to say, we intended it to say, which is really just get some information so we're properly informed of alternatives as we go forward through this long-term plan. So I ask for your support. Thanks.
Councillor Young, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I said I wouldn't, but I would like to speak, but it's going to be very brief. I would just like to draw your attention to 2 items in here which I would like you to give serious consideration to. So, as a councillor in Lambton Ward, I get a lot of complaints about water leaks, and the second number of most complaints I get about our Wellington magazine, what a waste of money it is. And you'll see in here that I have got a thing to identify the savings from stopping the service. Most people nowadays are online, and you see it when I was delivering leaflets during the campaign last year or sometime like that. You see it in people's letterboxes. It's just sodden. So the other one is the Berempore Golf Course. I know this has been kicking around for ages. My great-grandfather opened it for the working men to have exercise, but they now are all out mountain biking and saving kiwis. So I think we should think really seriously about returning that so it's pure town belt green area, because that's all we can do, and let the community take over the clubhouse. So those are just the two that I would like to draw to your attention, and the rest of it take it as read, and that's the end of my speech, because Tony used up all my time, and
Yes.
he's welcome to it.
1 minute. Well done. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. There's a number of items in here, but I'll just focus on just a few. And yes, as I said before, Kandala Pool was my one. I know it's a surprise, but anyway. Look, and I put Kandala Pool and I put Kauri Event Centre in the same boat. Look, there's been work happening with the community, and that needs to be completed. It needs to be finished off one way or the other. So cutting it out right here and now is not helpful with our reputation with the community. Now, it may come when we can work through additional information and work through with the community on different options. Maybe when we next come back around this table in February, there may be different options on the table. But I think just cutting it completely now, and for example, the Kandala Pool, the community had been waiting for the quantity surveyor report, and they hadn't received it, yet the information was presented in this LTP paper. You know, we really need to make sure that we are engaging properly with the community, and they will want to have a say. So I think for the sake of a small amount of money, and bearing in mind there's $8 million currently scheduled in the budget for Kandala Pool, 5 million or just under 5 million of that is in this current financial year. And even if the upgrade doesn't go ahead, it's going to cost about $8 million to remedy the site and move the culvert as well for the stream. So the savings at this stage aren't material. And the same with the Kauri Event Centre. I think we need to make sure we've got all the facts on the table. We're very clear about what are the options. And again, giving a couple of months to enable all this to happen will mean that we will make a much better decision and supporting the community. And I will support Otari Bush. I mean, I think we in the Q&As, you can see it's $3 million that I believe that they need for what they need to do. I mean, we've just won a fantastic award for Zealandia. Otari, in its own way, is unique to Wellington. It is that native garden, and the only one of its type. So we need to give them some money. So I'd ask you to at least for that $3 million. And just one other thing I want to talk about, the arts. Now, if we cut, again, I think it's too premature to look at cutting some of the national arts funding, and that's probably the NZO and the Royal New Zealand Ballet. The reason being, they support our grassroots, because how do our grassroots artists get experience? They get experience in the local theatres, they get experience playing with the NZSO, they get experience with the ballet. And if anybody went to the ballet a couple of weeks ago, you know that there's local students, children, that got experience being on that stage and being part of that production. So yes, they're not directly grassroots, but they are supporting our grassroots. So again, I ask that for the amount that potentially might be cut is minuscule, that you actually leave that in there now, because that will be supporting our grassroots. But I'll leave others to talk about the other ones on there. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to speak next. I just want to note that the Huatepara and the playgrounds ones are not being moved because they're covered in the substantive, so you have them in your list. So we've agreed with the mover, so we're not going to vote on the same thing twice. Granada North is somewhat different to the one that is in the substantive. I will be voting against this one and in favour of the substantive one. And I guess I just want to note, most of these things I will be voting against. I would particularly urge you to vote against the preamble, because it does undo, in effect, the work that we have already done to get to this point, which is quite a lot. To call out another one, which is Te Matapihi, construction is underway. So, you know, those are decisions that have been subject to special consultative procedures a lot to get to this point. So that, you know, the idea that we would kind of put some kind of pause or halt or review on that project in order to, you know, to look at the pop-ups again, you know, that ship has sailed. I definitely would urge you to vote against kind of cutting any resources to Tūpiki Ora, and I just want to note that, you know, it was a major move in the last LTP, but we have transformed our relationships with mana whenua, and we have transformed the way our organisation operates as a treaty partner, as a, you know, and the work that we are doing with mana whenua and Māori and Poniki, and I do not support any cuts to that work. Again, to the motion about selling housing to central government, we've set up Te Toi Mahana. We've been, you know, we have put a lot of work into this process, and we would have wasted all of the work that we have put into setting up a community housing provider, apart from the fact that the government doesn't want to buy a housing, and that's been pretty well established, that I am seriously voting against that. I will be voting against any changes to the Let's Get Wellington Moving program. We have canvassed this, and the bike network program. We have canvassed this issue so many times, and I would love us. You will note that I am not going to relitigate the town hall, even though I didn't agree with it, and I would just love to stop relitigating the same decision over and over and over and over again. The Urban Development Authority, the advice I've had is that it does cut across work that is already happening, and I guess with a new government and a new policy setting, it's not that I don't support having an Urban Development Authority, but I think it is premature in this way to do it at this point. But I think we need to kind of work through a process and look at the policy settings under the new government. So that's all I have. Councillor Brown to speak, and now is your chance.
The most minor point, but with respect to the Birrampore Golf Club, what I would like us to do is to actually sell the golf club for $1 to the Miramar Golf Club, who, as we know, has got lots of money, having sold half of its land to the airport. But you know, so obviously it's a perpetual lease rather than the land. But that would actually enable a golf course and club to be maintained at somebody else's expense, which would save us the money and still mean the golf club existed. So while I would support this initiative, because I think it's silly that the council is spending $250,000 a year on this course, I would certainly like, if it does get approval, I would like us to actually approach Miramar to see whether they would be willing to give us $1 for it. Thanks.
Mayor Whānau.
Because they're closing there.
Thank you to Councillor Randall for bringing this, and for the clarification that you've also provided over the last hour or so as well. It's really useful. I can't support the entirety of the proposal, but I will be supporting at least 4 of these that you've put forward. But I've listened to the advice from our CEO and the team about the impact that it would have on the timeline. So I do have to stick strongly to that. But this is just a quick note to thank you for bringing this, and that I will support some of them.
Councillor Pennant.
Yes, so again, my thanks to colleagues for bringing these. Just want to highlight a couple of issues. First of all, Councillor Randall, through the chair, you've put around walking the footpath upgrades to restore the money, which is great, but not improving the walking network. And I just wondered if that was a mistake or whether that was something you'd chosen to do. Because I'm really concerned, as a walking-friendly city, we are cutting money for walking. And so look, even if we can't fix it today, I will be bringing that back some other time, because that has got to be invested in. That is one of the biggest things we can do for climate change, is to walk a lot. The decarbonisation of our pools, obviously I do think it's a good idea, but I'm going to vote for it, taking the money out, because there's higher priorities, and I just, you know, obviously some of the things that I put up I thought were far more important. The car parking. My goodness, the left and the right joining hands, because this ridiculous idea that this council should own car parks to pollute the environment while we are in the absolute middle of a crisis Councillors, it is possible to be car free, and we can have another talk about how to do that. Sometime we can have a few lessons. It's a great lifestyle choice. Just two things. Tōtōpū. Councillor Calvert through the chair. I do seem to recall that you talked about a financial crisis. I am perplexed about why you would support this project in a crisis. I would have thought our water infrastructure and public transport might be more important. So I think that's kind of interesting, and that is a lot of money, and certainly I think the local community should pay for some of it. And just on a more serious note, the speed, I just ask colleagues to continue to support that work. It is critical for making sure that our city's streets are safe for cyclists, for walkers, particularly those road users who are really vulnerable, young people, vulnerable older people, some disabled people. It is going to be the thing that changes our streets the most, and it's actually relatively cheap compared to some of the other things that we're doing. So for those vulnerable people, not just those who are easily able to navigate our streets. Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor Finn. Kia ora, colleagues, and thanks for bringing the amendments. But while we're on the subject of Berempore Golf Course, I do just have to take a moment to assure you that while it may not be used for golf 100% of the time, the community makes good use of it, of the space, not necessarily for golf. But I also have a master plan that's coming, and that is that we could use the east side to create a massive community garden using all of the organic produce that will be coming away from our landfill, grow food and feed our beautiful whānau who need it. So if I stick around for the next long-term plan, that's what I'll be bringing. Kia ora.
Bit of a campaign speech there. Councillor Free.
Thank you. Right, well, where do we begin? So some of these ideas I do like, although, you know, it's the fish hooks. There's fish hooks in the way they're worded sometimes that might mean I'm not able to actually support all of them. I really want to start with Tinako. I woke up one day in a cold sweat over Tinako because I realised we're just putting money.
That amendment is not part of these amendments now.
I know, but there is more in here than we've actually addressed, and while I won't, you know, obviously it's not been covered now, but the thing that I did start to worry about is there's just so much we don't know yet about it, and I think we need, the sooner we have a complete picture of what's going on, the better. And it occurred to me that if we've dug a hole for the sounds recording studio, and that's been problematic because of the sea or water coming up, then that actually says something about the other, you know, the rest of that area. And there could be a lot of money that we're going to have to spend to defend our city from whatever's going to happen. And the sooner we know the risks we're at and make decisions, sensible spending decisions around that, the better. So I really understand where that amendment that's in this paper has come from. Looking at city promotions, now other cities do give charge visitors for various things, a small amount, and actually let their residents have some free access. And I think we should start exploring that. Why shouldn't Wellington residents have an annual amount of visit that they can have to some of the things that they're paying for? I would encourage you. I think there is some benefit in investigating whether we want to save on our Wellington. Yeah, and so I will be voting for that. I think there is an argument that it could be accessed online. I don't want to talk about everything. The Berempore Golf Course, I think that's actually a creative idea. Probably a little bit, maybe something I'm going to have to think about whether I vote for it when I hear what other people have to say. The speed management, we're doing a lot of this through our cycleway work. And those of us who are on the committee and those who come will know that there are other ways of actually starting to make our cities safer. And I do actually think we need to be a bit more targeted around this. It had a very negative effect when it was received negatively, the original plan. And I do support actually doing it along with other work. Am I running out of time? I've got 43 seconds. The skate park. Even though it is in my area, I would have been happy to have seen Kilburnie Park deferred, actually, in favour of looking after what we've got, along with advice from our engagement panel. So I probably will support that. And I think that's probably it from me. It's a bit of a rush through, but thank you very much for the work that's gone into all of this.
Councillor O'Neill.
John's trying to steal my microphone. Kia ora, colleagues. Like the chair, I'd just like to pull out a few of 40 of these amendments as a big package, just to address a few of the areas of interest for me and why I will not be supporting them. The first one to pull out is I'm opposed to the amendment on toi pōneke. It's an incredibly valuable piece of fabric in our city that often serves a large portion of our creative and rainbow community. Stevie Ho Kamau is a Māori uku artist who was one of the artists in residency at Council's Toi Pōneke, and they won the Kingitanga Portraiture Award last year, which is really fantastic to see. The second one I am strongly opposed to is to the removal of the Our Wellington magazine. I know from working in the community lounge in Newtown that a lot of our residents here in Wellington that either live in Te Toi Mahana, Kāinga Ora housing, or experiencing being on the street, often don't have access to a TV or internet, but they do get our Wellington and they can check out, if we've got Diwali Festival up on the waterfront or where certain free meals are being had over the city. The third and final thing I just wanted to pull out was the motion to put the Kilburnie skate park on hold in favour of prioritising and working on our current skate parks. This was voted in as a part of our skate program last term unanimously by the council at the time, and since then Wellington City Council has been shortlisted for an award at the Sport New Zealand Community Impact in 2022. It has been upheld by several other skate organisations across Aotearoa as a perfect example of co-design in skate parks, which is the first in New Zealand. The Kilburnie Destination Skate Park was a part of that project of work that was recognised. I will not be supporting the amendment to deprioritise it because I don't believe that it addresses the site of significance for mana whenua we've been having a discussion about for the last 2 years. It doesn't address the need for more spaces for children and young people to hang out in Kilburnie. It doesn't address the gap currently in our recreation system that provides a place for teenagers. We have a lot of playgrounds for small children, and by that I mean young children, and we have plenty of options for adults to go and have a beer or a coffee, but for many teenagers there just isn't the reality, and they're not always welcome to be boisterous in Te Papa or the libraries. So I feel pretty strongly about the skate park, and I would just like to make those recommendations to my committee members to, in particular, not support those 3 amendments.
Just a note, when you speak on amendments, I'm not going to go on second turns, okay? So, because otherwise we will be here forever. Councillor McNulty.
All right. Like everyone, I'll just go through a few things and what sticks out and what doesn't. Look, to quote a certain councillor around here, we should focus on the big rocks, not the small ones. So for those reasons, I don't think cutting our Wellington delivers any kind of material benefit, and I think Terry has outlined the value of that publication in her speech. Sorry, my amendments have fallen apart now, so I'm trying to speak to them as we go through. PO4, so increasing dog licence fees to cover the costs of dog park upgrades. I'm firmly a believer of user pays when it comes to pets. If you can afford to have a dog, I think you can afford to register and pay for their responsible upkeep and their input in the city, so that's one I'm quite comfortable with. The Berempore Golf Course, I take the Deputy Mayor's points that it's often not used for those purposes, and I think if that's the case, we shouldn't be in the business of owning a golf course as a council. It just seems bizarre, but we should do what's needed to structure it to better reflect the community. So I'm not sure if supporting it might help us move towards that direction, but it doesn't seem right to me that we do own a golf course as a city when we're facing many other cuts in other areas. Looking at the R10, this is the budget provision to maintain sport fields and not sweat them as much. I would like to know what that cost saving actually looks like and is quantified at. I'm not saying that I'll support that into the next round, but I would like officers to come back and give us an idea of what sweating looks like in a little bit more detail. Perhaps I missed that from the LTP workshops being off on leave. And finally, reducing the footpath upgrades in T7. We've put pedestrians at the top of the hierarchy, and so it really struggles for me when we are committed rightfully into cycling action and into public transport in other areas that we wouldn't put footpath upgrades into there, or that we're deferring away from that. So I'm really uncomfortable with that, but haven't quite landed on where I will vote. And I haven't quite landed on Tōtōpū either. And the Tōtōpū is just on the same process as Granada North. Residents were given a flyer, an AP decision was signed off, and they were told this upgrade work would proceed. And I think there is a step of discussion that needs to be had. I'm not signalling I would probably support it beyond the February round, but I think there is a little bit of, seeing that plan only came back to us 2 or 3 days ago, more discussion that needs to occur so that the community have had a proper consultation and engagement before we pull that. So balancing that one at the moment. So for all my fiscal restraint I did in the amendment, I've probably blown that out the water with some of what I've talked about now. But we're all hypocrites.
I do, just a point of clarification. Everything that comes out of the decisions today will be consulted on. It goes into the full LTP engagement. So everything we do, everything that's in there, and things that are just the same, will be subject to the community will be able to give feedback. Before we go to the right of reply, and I'm not sure if I've got nobody else on my speaking order, with the Councillor Panovich, okay, but I'll just make a point about the way that this amendment is structured, which is challenging, because there is a preamble which alters our process, and then there is an alternative proposal. And so I'm going to suggest we vote on the preamble and then we vote on the alternative proposal. But if you're just voting on that proposal, because that's what we have to do, and it's too late to change the words now. So you want to cover it in your right of reply, or?
So just to assist you in, I'd be comfortable if you wanted to take the phrase from these alternative changes and make it a new paragraph A, and then you can vote on it as 11A separately from the table, which means that you can vote the preamble away if you wish.
Let's. Why don't you do your right of reply? Then we'll take a small adjournment before we go to the vote, and we'll have a look at that wording. Thank you. So yes, I think you're up, Tony.
That was it. Okay. Thank you for everyone and for all the debate. I just want to emphasise, and I'll emphasise at the beginning and the end, voting for or against these alternatives is not voting for or against the alternatives. It's really just asking for information about them. And it's very important, and people have said I don't support this. So therefore, I'm going to vote against Berempore Golf Course or something like that. This is not right. This is not democracy. This is not being informed. All this amendment asks for is for officers to provide some information about that option. And in terms of, just to clarify, just in terms of what
Councillor, I actually think we need understanding of that, and we'll get advice on the adjournment. So I don't know if what you're saying is correct at all. So I realised I inadvertently left John off the speaking list. Do you want to speak, John? Okay, so I'm really sorry, my friend, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I actually think we're going to take officer advice on whether what you're saying is correct after the adjournment.
Well, so I just wanted to point out that when we drafted this and I sent it in, I received no feedback from officers there was anything wrong with it. And so it literally says up there that these are alternatives to agree to provide information on alternatives. That's all it says, just information. And certainly this is not an alternative set of an LTP. In fact, this word is specifically not to be an alternative. And as I said in my introduction, it's actually up to the mayor. This is an additional item to be added to the baseline LTP as has been put forward by the mayor. Is to provide alternatives to the current proposals. It's not to replace the current proposal at all. It's just to provide information on an alternative to the current proposal. And I think this has caused confusion. And I'm sorry that that was totally inadvertent, and I wanted to avoid that deliberately. All I wanted to do is to get some information that says when, for example, putting that up, to, that's a good example just there. I mean, the original, the proposal was put to us originally was to complete the projects with 100 and whatever million, and then the alternative is to have a budget for demolition. And that all we wanted was to say, well, this is the main proposal, and then this, by the way, this was how much this would cost, just to so that the public are better informed about the context of the decision. Just turning towards the particular comments, with respect to Matapihi, so I must also say these are not all mine. This is a group, and some of them I don't agree with. Okay, what I do agree with is that we should have information on them all, but I don't agree with all of the proposals that are put there. And so with, for example, Te Matapihi, it talks about having an alternative. One of the lessons learned, I think, with the town hall budget is that the town hall budget, a town hall project went past the point of no return without us really knowing that that's what's happened. And we really, I think this is the second big project right close by on the same risky area, and it has a risk profile still. And so just looking at what the alternative is just information. It certainly does not request that the project be halted or changed in any way. It's just information to inform the long-term plan. Councillor Brown's commentary is exactly why these requests for information is in. He talks about opportunities with Berempore. The Mayor went through a big, strong process, but she didn't pick up on the Berempore golf course issue. I think more information on the Berempore golf course would help aid the long-term plan. The Mayor's team has worked really, really hard, I know, but doesn't necessarily mean that they cover everything. That's why we have a whole group of councillors to get the group knowledge together. With respect to Councillor Pannett, yes, the walking network, that wasn't put forward just by our group, much like, the Mayor didn't put forward Berempore Golf Course. It was not deliberately overlooked, it was just not raised. And I just want to remind you, that really asking for information, these decisions are going to be made next year, and the point of this amendment is just to be informed. I did have to point out Councillor McNulty's quite right about focusing on the big rocks, although he did move straight on to why dog licence fees should cover the cost, which seems to be wasn't what I would call a big rock. But just in terms of my right to reply, I hear all of what you're saying, but voting for or against getting more information on something that you may not like is, I think, still supports democracy, and I still ask you to support getting information on these alternative proposals that do not replace the current proposals. Thanks.
We're going to adjourn, but I just want to be clear, the decisions that we are making today are going into the formation of a budget. That is what we're doing today. We'll try for 5 minutes, but I don't know because I need some advice about this, how to run this. Need to do is vote to extend the time of this meeting. Are we? Shall we extend it to like 6:30 or something just to give? Oh, we just extend past 6 hours, so I don't have a time. I was a young woman at the beginning of this meeting. John was a small boy with a pencil case and a lunchbox. Laurie? John. Laurie? John. John, you seconded that, by the way. Thank you to our union delegate, Comrade Brown. Right, so now Councillor Randall is going to withdraw with the leave of the meeting his previous, well, I don't think you need the leave to withdraw your previous motions. Oh, you do. So with the leave of the meeting, withdraw and is bringing back a smaller number of amendments. So there is a new bit which is a motion about Otari. So I would, and so Diane, as she indicated via email, had moved that. So I would invite Diane to speak to that new motion. And you need to move it. So let's move. Is it still moved? Randall seconded Young. You, a young woman at the beginning of this meeting. Okay, Councillor Randall, but very quickly.
So thank you to Chair Matthews and to all officers. When I moved this motion, I didn't quite understand the phase of the long-term plan we were at. And so my efforts to just get some information have actually turned into a bit more of a debate about what the baseline long-term plan going forward should be about, and therefore the amendment, thank you for all your support, has been amended towards that, and it's also been reduced towards some key, more key issues that I asked councillors to vote on for or against. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak to the new part?
Yes, I know I got a few confused faces when I talked about Otari Bush and reinstating the money, and it turned out the amendment wasn't in there. So. Because of so many, but now it is, and look, I think we heard a very impassioned plea about the need to put back in $3.1 million, which will enable that nursery, will stop the staff having to come in and water the plants in their downtime, and actually support what is the only native garden in New Zealand. And can I just say, I've been really pleased to work on this amendment, and it's actually the first amendment I've worked on with a local MP, and that is Councillor Paul. So thank you for your support. I hope this it shows you the collaboration going on around this table at the moment, and I just would like to say that I hope this carries on for the rest of the term as well, because it's really good to see a local MP actually help support us in achieving something for our city, and so I do hope that you will support this.
Does anybody else wish to speak? I did have some confusion about when I spoke earlier about the Tinako amendments, that these are in here as amendments, and I just wanted to note quickly, I won't be voting for these, I'll be voting for the ones in the substantive. It's a bit of confusion, I'm not too sure of the differences, but it's covered in the substantive, but there was enough difference that I couldn't rule it out of order. And we'll take them one by one, so you can, but other than the Otari one, they have all been canvassed. Councillor Panovich, I didn't let you speak before. Would you like to speak?
So I just have one question. So we're only voting on 3 items now? Oh, okay.
Like 8 or something.
Nothing else, that's it.
So we will do it one at a time, and you will come up. We'll start from the top, and we've debated them all previously, other than the Otari one, so you should be familiar. Yes, the golf club is still there. Very quickly.
I'm just encouraging all of you to vote against the golfing club. The reason is this is not the way to do it. You can't just put an amendment today and telling those people who you've been using for a very long time, even if you want to do it, this is a very bad procedures, and I don't support it. I encourage all of you to vote against that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've canvassed all of it. I think we've had the opportunity to ask questions earlier. I think we should just crack on and vote. So it's Randall Young moved, and so we will vote on the first one, which is AC7, which is the National Arts Organisation. It's retaining funding for national arts organisations.
Can we have a division on all of these as well, please? Thank you.
That has failed. Okay, we now move on to AC9, which is developing a master plan for Te Ngākau Civic Square within 12 months, and demolishing developing plans for MFC, complete bond strengthening, given work partially detailed investigation of options for Opera House strengthening.
Excuse me, sorry. I think this is the wrong one.
Too late. Too late. It's been moved and put. Sorry. We've tried very hard to... That has failed? Correct? Yeah. So the next one, AC new.
That's not wrong. That's not right.
We'll in another adjournment. I am losing patience. Stop our Wellington Quarterly magazine. That has failed, has it? Yep. All right. PO1. This is, I guess, for a full upgrade of the Begonia House.
Yeah, P1.
Yep, P01.
What it was originally.
That has failed.
They all fail.
PRC, reinstate 3.1 million for development of the Otari landscape plan. voting against. Passed. PO 12, core services budget to be retained. Inflation adjusted. Is this the mowing and stuff?
Yep. Yeah.
Mowing?
Sorry.
Okay. Where's that? That is carried. So PO new Berrimpore Golf Course. That has failed. RF4, place on hold swimming pools decarbonisation investment. That is carried. I said to vote no. So, RF7, Candala Pool, retain an LTP.
I just want to say that's not just, it's only in the meantime while we get.
We have no debate during voting.
Clarify that.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, thank you.
That is carried. All right, CF8.
Dogs and dogs.
Pause further works on Kauri Event Centre until further information on the upgrade cost. No, the original proposal was to investigate sale.
Pause.
We need more information. Green.
That has passed. Right, now CF11, budget provision for maintaining community facilities to be inflation adjusted. We have.
Look at ELT's faces.
Laurie, you need to vote. That has failed. T5, transport, maintain the current, is this potholes? Okay. That's maintaining the current.
Yeah, for potholes.
Just explain it. Road surfacing. Resurfacing, it doesn't mean that you're not getting potholes. Sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
I was using short. It's failed. T7. Sorry, Siobhan, give me a word for this one. Maintain the current LTP budget and level of service. Remove saving.
This relates to footpath renewals, this one.
Footpath renewals.
Should be renewals.
Fiscally prudent. Hey? Whoa.
You're so austere.
That has failed. Oh, I will do a casting vote against. The last one, which is to reduce the speed management program to meet legislative requirements only. That has failed. We now move back to the substantive. Does anybody, please no, God no, wish to speak to the substantive? Then the Mayor, would you like a right of reply?
I'll just say one thing. I just want to thank councillors for working together today. I think while this hasn't been the most ideal process and we can tidy things up in the future, actually there's been a lot of collaboration around the table and I think that's great. So thank you.
Dare I ask, what do people want to take separately?
Surely nothing.
Is there anybody that wishes to take items separate?
Just as long as people
We'll
don't
scroll
hold
up.
anything against us, right? Because the votes will be the record, yeah? Is that okay?
Well, we don't have to take a division.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we're just hold on for a second. We're just
Can we just get rid of let's get one?
Right, we are ready. So, is there anything that people wish to take separately? Yes. Just everything together, all of the decisions we've just made, all of the amendments, but we don't have to take a division. And then we're not recording who voted how. I am going to put, the Mayor has moved and I will second. I will now put the LTP paper. Laurie. Still no. That is carried unanimously. We now move on to our next paper. Just another little thing. The balance sheet paper. So Andrea and Stephen, no mai. Balance sheet review. No mai Andrea Reeves and Stephen MacArthur. Do you want to speak?
Just briefly to note that it was 2 years ago that the council considered a very similar paper, but we felt that it was important to bring this to you now because our insurance landscape has changed remarkably since that point in time. And in particular, what we're wanting to do is make sure that we are starting to address that insurance risk by thinking slightly more alternatively, rather than just rely on the traditional insurance market and insurance methods that we have in the past. We are looking at how we can diversify our portfolio of assets. I should reinforce there that we're not decreasing or looking to decrease our investments. We are moving it from one investment portfolio into another investment portfolio. But the recommendation for that is to ensure that if there was to be a significant event in Wellington, touch wood, we don't have one anytime in the near future, that we don't have all our eggs in one basket, so to speak, and that we do have some funds that we can draw on in those circumstances, and those parameters would need to be very, very clearly defined. There is some funds to help in a response or a recovery process. I note that the first step in this process is to get the feedback from the Wellington community. We're required to do that under the Local Government Act, as this is listed as a strategic asset. That is what we're proposing. If this motion passes today, we would then look to work up substantial information on, criteria for investment funds to help shape that community conversation. So it will come back to you in February. And again, the decision wouldn't necessarily be made. Well, it can't be made until after that public consultation has been completed. So, pause for questions.
He pātai me utu I mua I te taupatupatu. Councillor Pannett, I have you.
Thanks. Look, I've raised my concern with a staff member just about one of the changes that the Mayor's made. So my concern is about the controls that we will put on to make sure we don't spend all the money because a disaster is going to happen. It's not an if, it's just a when and how many. And what I don't want to see is all the money being spent on that, because it will easily get wiped out.
I think that's not really
so the question is,
and I just want to note for anybody listening, this is a question about an amendment that hasn't been put yet, but that's fine to do it. But I didn't really get that as a question.
So the question is about how to control it so we don't use all the money for insurance purposes, because we need to keep some of the value of that to make more money.
We would certainly provide some advice around that as part of the process. The intent is not just to not rely on insurance market or anything like that. If we were in a situation, there are some other mechanisms that we would draw on first. There is, existing insurance that we have, which we draw on. There's agreements that central government, and looking at central government involvement before drawing on an investment fund.
Is it, well, I might need to ask the mover, but whether it's possible to just make that change to be clear that there will be more advice coming back on that? But I might need to talk to Councillor Panovich on that.
It would be part, we can add it as part of the proposal. Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, given that we're looking at looking at, among other things, selling shares in the airport and then replacing with investments, can you give us, these shares provide us with income, can you give us some assurance that the investment portfolio will adopt that is resilient will also provide the council with a similar level of income?
I can't guarantee that. I'm sorry, Councillor Randall. What I would say is that we would look to put the appropriate financial parameters in place to protect, to protect where possible. We can't guarantee that with our existing investments. We've seen that through COVID, a COVID impact for the airport, where we didn't have a dividend income stream for 2 years. So, I can't make guarantees like that, but that's certainly how it would be structured.
So maybe we can really look at it. And in terms of your expectations over the long term, you'd expect the long-term return to be somewhat similar to an investment in Wellington?
Yes, I would. If not better, is what we're looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any... Oh, yeah, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Could you please tell me if you touched this with the Citizen Assembly, if you told them about the sale of the assets, and if they said anything?
No, I certainly didn't discuss this with the Citizens Assembly. I understood that there were members of the Citizens Assembly that did raise this as... I don't know what their view on this was. I don't know if they were pro or against in terms of the Citizens Assembly. But as I think Lexi explained earlier in the day, it feels like it was a few days ago actually now, early in the day, that, as the Citizens Assembly went through their process, only the things that they could agree on sort of bubbled up to the surface. So that wasn't included in their final report that I was aware of.
So can someone confirm or just tell us if the idea of asset sale was just included in the draft forms that those 40-odd people who came together, they put it, and then out of those 40 proposals, if this one was voted down, anyone, I'm just asking if anyone can respond to that.
So I can, look, in terms of the consultation document process, we can certainly have a look if there was anything in the Citizens Assembly and make that really clear in the consultation document information, but I'm not aware of...
I'm not sure that the Citizens Assembly used voting as a...
No.
I think it was a different process.
I think during debate time I will highlight that one, but my second question would be, in this paper, even if we decided, even if you decide selling something, if we are saying there is an issue with it, there is a climate resilience issue, and there are a lot of things that the paper mentions, how do you see mentioning that and selling the asset at the same time the idea of investing outside of the city in comparison to attracting people to the city and investing in our city when we are investing outside of the city?
So just to be clear, in terms of our proposal to diversify our investment, we would look to set up a fund that would be not only investing outside of Wellington. I presume there would be investments within Wellington as well. It's not just saying we're going to take our money out of the airport and put it outside of Wellington. What we need to do is develop some criteria around how we want to invest and where we want to do that. There could be criteria later on down the track, but again, reiterating my point that we need to consult with the community first, that there is a certain amount of investment in Wellington.
Madam Chair, can I go one more question? This one addresses the pricing. There's someone who just asked me, oh, how come it's costed that much, that less? And some people say that's a lot, $270 million for 34%. Some people think it's worth way more than that. How did you come up with that number?
So that's the book value that we recognise for accounting purposes. That's not the value that we would look to sell it at. In terms of any process, if this proposal was voted for and post-consultation and, you know, that it was agreed to sell shares, what we would have to do is start to go through a market valuation exercise where we would ascertain what we think the market value of the shares actually are.
I'll come back.
Councillor Chung.
I actually feel that we're actually putting the cart before the horse.
We're not feelings, we're questions, Ray.
My question is that do you think that we should actually be looking at other investment opportunities before we actually consider selling the airport shares?
Well, I'm not sure we've got money to invest, Ray.
But we can look at...
No, so, well, to go out and look at what a perpetual investment fund would look like, to scope that up, to look at things to invest in would be a lot of staff time and effort. It would come at a cost. And actually, we may not have mandate, or you may not have mandate from the community to sell these shares. So a really important process issue here is actually to seek community feedback on the sale of shares. So that's what the Local Government Act envisages in terms of process. Yeah.
Back to Councillor Abdurrahman.
This one is regards to the ground lease. I don't know where I read this. Is that true? Currently, some of the ground leases, if you signed 21 years ago, there is a possibility you are still paying the same amount that you paid 21 years ago.
Yes, yes.
So does that mean we are running it as not really, we're not doing it properly, which means it's a better way to look at it the way we do it instead of selling it?
So we've got those 21-year leases. We are managing the portfolio in accordance with the lease agreements that we have. So that's the first statement. We manage our whole portfolio of assets like that. There may be limited opportunities to change that, but I don't think that that is something that we could pursue. I would need to come back to you on that.
So again, on that one, if we just go out now consulting on about 60 to about 80 of them, ground leases that we have, currently according to the expectations, it's at 245 million, which is equal to the airport sale. People are not looking at these comparisons. So does that mean blanketly saying we're going to sell and we're consulting on this, exclude some of the premium locations that we might need to build some stuff?
No. We would take each property lease on a case-by-case basis. We would look at opportunities that are available to the council on each of those, including alternatives for that land. So you're right, certain land may be useful for us in the future for certain development, that we wouldn't just blanket sell it just for this purpose. Each ground lease will be considered on its own and for the merits it has.
So the value of 245 million for all those ground leases, based on what? How did we come up, or is there a possibility that one again investigated?
Again, it's just an estimate of the value of those properties. It's not saying that we would sell all of those properties. So 248 is the absolute maximum, and that would be over a long period of time.
I want to, through the chair again, this is the last question for me. Do you feel like if we say the price of the airport is like 500 or 800 million and the ground lease is the same, when we go out for consultation, the feedback would be different?
I don't want to preempt what Wellingtonians will say about this. Sorry, that's.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any further questions? It appears there are none. Thank you very much. Councillor Panovich is going to move this paper. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. So this is a balance sheet review. So we've been arguing about the P&L side of our operation for the last 6 hours. This is not the exciting part, I'll tell you that now. But I do want you to channel your inner accountant. So you look at the whole picture of what we're actually trying to do here. What we've started with is little components. These components have filtered through. We've had a report from KPMG, which is a very reputable accounting firm, which gives us how we should look at our overall structure. I came onto council looking at the focus of our asset base, but primarily through our asset base is the infrastructure assets. This is an area which seems to have been neglected. So where we've moved forward is through an organic process is to look at our investments and ensuring that we are getting the best mix of assets. Most organisations do not hold single assets. There's a reason for that. It's the risk factor. The risk factor for us here is very much linked in with our insurance program. By doing this, by selling the assets which are listed, and I'm talking about the airport shares and the ground leases, we will have the ability to reduce our risk factor for our balance sheet. We will also be able to effectively reduce our insurance base that we may need forward if there is a specific event. This is not unusual in the world. Let me tell you that now. You know, we will be a little fish in an incredibly large pond. I'll give you the examples of other organisations within Wellington who specifically do this. ACC do this. The Super Fund does this. The Todd family do this. And the returns that they make are actually very, very substantial. They have billions of dollars. We have hundreds of millions. So don't put all our eggs into one basket. Take this out to the public so that they get the opportunity to assess this, which is a very good paper, and I do thank Andrea for her accounting work on this, and let's see where it comes through from the consultation. Thank you.
There's a new dynamic duo in town, and it's called a panit. So the second, we're in the mum jokes stage of the, I'm sorry, Iona.
Yes, it is an interesting combination, and I'm going to take it from a green and environmental perspective, a completely different perspective. So I'd like to thank Councillor Panovich for his leadership on this issue and to the staff, because I think this is a mature and rational conversation that we need to have. So the paper is very good. It clearly outlines some of the issues with the way that we are holding assets. It's investment education 101, that you don't put all your eggs in one or two baskets. And there is risk, which we have been talking about. So the airport, it's a dodgy area. If you look at the sea level rise maps, it is a very, very risky place, and it's going to cost money to defend.
I talk about it down.
It is also...
It's a great airport. It's fantastic.
Councillor Brown, I don't know if you've got a... I don't know if you've got a conflict. I don't know if you've got a... I think you might have a conflict of interest. And it is a climate unjust asset to hold. This is an asset which burns fossil fuels and depletes our climate. And all the activity which Councillor Brown has just so helpfully outlined is also pretty unsafe. All that car parking should be got rid of, and we should have light rail. So, you know, there has been campaigning for organisations to divest itself of carbon-intensive activities, and I have, you know, heeding that call today. And we are not showing that we don't have a confidence in Wellington. What we're just showing is that we're rational and mature decision makers who can look at risk quite rationally. And the land that we're talking about with the leases, the ground leases, very happy to. Ownership in a time of climate change is really, really high risk because it means that you have to look after these bits of land which are subject to sea level rise or other natural events. Now, usually I will froth at the mouth over asset sales. I do not support them, and I do not support things like selling off housing or transferring our water assets. But in this case, it is morally acceptable from a green and a left position to say, no, we need to look at a more ethical investment vehicle to make sure that we have got enough for current and future generations. Now, I do consider it quite a balanced argument. I know that having control of assets, when of course the council doesn't have much anymore, is important. It does give us a little bit of control over the airport, but not very much. You know, that has been my long experience. We don't have much. And the return, you know, it's not stable. You know, it just takes, you know, one pandemic or a major adverse weather event, and then we don't get the money. So I think it's good we can have a polite debate today because it's reasonably balanced. But I have come to the position that we need to go out for consultation on it. Doesn't mean necessarily that we all have to hold to our position. I think that's really important. It is just consultation. And so that we can have that rational conversation with the public about ethical investment and what we do in terms of climate change. And if we are going to say, finally, that we do care about climate change, then we need to walk that talk. And where the sources of pollution are, we need to attack those. One day we may have electric planes, and that will be a good thing. Everyone loves to travel here, everyone, including me. But at the moment, they're causing a lot of pollution, and it doesn't stop the fact that this is in a very, very vulnerable part of the city. So I think, thank you again to Councillor Panovich and to the staff and to the Mayor. I think this is a good conversation to be having, and now let's have it. Kia ora.
We're now going to go to Mayor Whānau for her amendments.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you to Councillor Panovich for the work that he's done on this. It's been a long time coming, and like Councillor Pana, I never thought I'd see the day where I'd even consider, you know, moving, you know, our assets. But I very much support what both have said, that I support spreading our risk and securing our financial resilience, and making it very clear that I will never vote to sell the airport shares to pay down debt, but I do support the swapping one asset for another, especially when in a time climate change is bearing down on us. And what's most important, I think, about this decision in this paper is that we put it to the public and we hear their opinion. In regards to my amendments, you know, if we're to create this public asset, I want to make sure that it reflects our values and protect it for future generations. So some have been put up there, which basically strengthens the protections to stop the fund from being raided by future councils to pay down debt. Next is making clear that if we create the fund, it would be investing in sustainable, ethical businesses so that we're not just making a profit, but also doing good in the world. And also ensuring that we have strong involvement with mana whenua when consulting on the proposal as well. So I really want to thank officers for working hard to find the solutions to the challenges that our city faces. And let's face these problems and give the community a chance to have their say.
Councillor Whiringa, would you like to speak as seconder? So do you want questions of officers? Otherwise, it's part of debate? Okay. Okay, so we have got some questions of officers, so we'll do that now. One from Councillor Calvert. And you might want to ask yours. Oh, later.
Who's going to answer?
Well, let's get the question out and then we'll see.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously one of the reasons we are considering divesting the airport shares is so that we get a better return. So does number 16, well, that's from my perspective it was, yeah, but I want more.
Let's let her ask her question.
So stop interrupting, Councillor Brown. So I want to understand is this amendment going to restrict the opportunity to earn a premium on our investment of our shares? And I'm not suggesting that we should look at investing in arms and stuff like that, but I'm talking about
Arm Kandala.
I hear Lockheed Martin's doing a roaring trade.
I know, a few machine guns. But I'm just wondering, because there's one word missing here, and it's economic. But anyway, I just want to understand, is this too restrictive?
Through the chair, no, I don't believe this is too restrictive. We will, as part of the development of the consultation material, provide some further information around what that could look like as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Free, I believe you had questions of staff?
Just again along the same lines, particularly about not being able to withdraw it except for that purpose of natural disaster. Again, is that are we trying to bind future councils too much with that? And what power does that actually have to bind a future council?
I think it's really important that the investment fund that is created is not used to pay down debt, and I think I'm jumping a step ahead here, but any fund that we create would be set up in the same way as the airport shares in terms of being a significant asset or set up in we need to work through that. Again, my point is we're wanting to ask the community about the sale of the shares to do this, but there needs to be quite strict parameters around how that fund is going to be used in the same way that this debate is happening now.
Comfortable with that?
Could I just add, having been through the process of establishing a perpetual investment fund, because it is perpetual, one of the things that a council does need to do in its proposition is make clear the purpose of that fund and to then ensure it is protected over. So in other words, it is a good thing to protect a perpetual investment fund from constant change as a result of political change, and that is, for example, exactly what New Plymouth District Council has done. In fact, they've gone to the extent of a local bill.
Councillor Chung.
I'm still a little uncomfortable with this. When you consider the shares in the airport company, it's a significant, large package of shares. So therefore, it wouldn't be available to many retail investors because the package is actually too large. So does that actually put a much higher value on it and a much more resilience into the investment? I'm not talking about the airport itself, but the resilience into that package of shares than a retail investment would be, because the retail investment, anyone can go in with any small amounts of money, and so is that likely to be as good an investment as the large package of shares?
I want to clarify that we're asking questions about the amendment at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've already covered the other matters.
Okay.
Councillor Calvert. Oh, have you got a question about the amendment? No. Great. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'd just like the officers to explain what they understand as number 15, to engage with Taikahiri partners, because there was some talk about iwi having first right of refusal on some of the stuff. Is this part of that?
What we would need to do is we have obligations under the Local Government Act to engage with mana whenua. We would be making sure that we follow those obligations. That's irrespective of the amendment on the screen. But what this is just asking us to do, as I understand it, is that we are making sure that we do engage with our partners and look at whether or not they have interests in the airport and understand that as part of preparing for a sale process.
So it's just normal process that we would be doing this?
It's normal process under the Local Government Act, but it's also part of our agreement with our mana whenua partners.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Randall. Okay, great. All right. I think that is the end of questions about the amendment. So I will now go back to Councillor Whiringa, who's going to speak as seconder. Standing up.
I can't help myself. I've also been sitting for a very long time. Tēnā tātou. Yeah, sweet. Look, actually, I'd like to start first by noting how pleased I am that we're all using the eggs in baskets analogy, because I would like to place the bold claim that I used that for the first time 4 meetings ago at this table. Now, look, it is not surprising to anyone that I have been a vociferous critic of the airport ideas. Tim has tried, I think, on about 13 different occasions to lobby me on the airport, successfully, as you can see. My arguments to the gentleman were this. Look, Council, I argued, ought to have skin in the game. I appreciate the earthquake-prone basket in which all of our stuff is in, but I have considered that it is right that we should be so invested in the whenua for which we are the territorial authority. We should have skin in the game. My point of view has changed, however, and the chief reason for this is that I am satisfied that this will be a progressive asset transfer to a green investment fund with good social responsibility. I am also convinced, and this is possibly the most important part, or one of them, that there are sufficient safeguards against future withdrawals or modifications in any scenario excepting a natural disaster. That is the purpose of this fund. That is the big risk we're facing, and this amendment achieves, this sale would achieve that. I would like to offer a mihi to the Mayor for finding a pretty creative and bipartisan solution to this potentially existential financial threat to the Council. And I think it really speaks to her record of coalition building and her passion for transformative action that we've managed to get this to the table today. So mihi there. So yeah, therefore I'll definitely do my duty and second this. And I'm going to note with some hope the strong intent to work with our mana whenua partners, and you'd best believe that I'm going to fight tooth and nail should a sale be agreed for our preferred sale partner to be someone who is appropriate and an entity who is intergenerational and with similarly strong ties to this whenua. So that's all from me. Tēnā tātou.
I'm going to speak briefly next, just to say that I support these amendments and thank you to Mea Whānau for bringing them. However, I would note, and I'm going to speak to the substantive now, I don't intend to vote for the sale of airport shares. I am, however, willing to support the sale of ground leases as they are not strategic assets. And also, I guess, in recognition of the fact that that there isn't really an alternative in terms of that insurance issue. So I'm well aware that in that case the struggle is also real. So yeah, thank you, colleagues. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Pannett?
Thank you, Mea Whānau. The first two are excellent, so thank you for bringing those to the table. Look, I just want to again raise that publicly. I'm very concerned about the last part, about providing insurance cover. While I understand it, I think the officer said, the Auckland storms came, $20 million wiped out. It will be so easy to use up all that money in one event. And so just be really, really clear that that has got to be protected against. We cannot spend all of it. We've got to keep a good chunk of it so that we can keep on generating that money. Otherwise, I almost wouldn't support it because it's just too risky. We sell it, we use it up, and then what do we do the next time? So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Flynn.
Yeah, kia ora, and I have to also thank Mea Whānau because I probably wouldn't be supporting it without these amendments because it has been, so I'm going to speak to both the substantive and the amendments, but it has been a hard shift to make even over the last couple of weeks despite Councillor Opanovich and Councillor Brown's work. But I can tell you that I have been lying awake about our insurance situation. I know we're under a lot of pressure at the moment, but when you've got no answers for something, that's how I've been feeling about this situation. And as Councillor Matthews said, has anyone else got another solution? So I am open through these amendments to having the conversation with this with the public. And actually one thing I didn't enjoy about last time was that we couldn't have the open and honest, frank conversation. So I'm open to that. And but one of the reasons why I am is that if the strategic asset could be transferred into a local entity, i.e. the central government or potentially mana whenua or tākai here partners, that would make the most sense to me because of its strategic nature, and that local ownership is really critical, and the alignment to the goals and actually the work that the airport is doing on its own zero carbon journey. And I do want to acknowledge their mahi in that space. So, and I think that also, thank you, Councillor Winera, but seeing this as a public asset upgrade, it is a hard shift to make. But I think that for that long-term longevity, the fact that we cannot actually do anything as a minority partner, and that we would be transferring this into an intergenerational perpetual green fund that's aligned with our kaupapa. And actually, if then we could invest slightly in our local tech businesses, who are the lifeblood of our local economy, that is when we will be really making our asset work for our community. So I'm open to the kōrero with our public. Kia ora.
So I've got a couple more people on the speaking list for the amendment. Just encourage you strongly to take the opportunity to speak to the substantive at the same time. Councillor Free.
I just wanted to say that I actually think this is a good plan. The airport for me has been a little bit problematic. I mean, it's really well run, and we've seen it all improve as to the service it actually offers. But as an Eastern Ward councillor, it's also a little bit of a tension there with an airport, and I do agree that us being owners with only a minority share doesn't give us a huge amount of power, and we're still relying on that relationship to really get things done, which I trust we would still have with an airport going forward, even if it were under a different ownership structure. The biggest problem for me is when you are invested in something, what we're really saying is we're investing in an airport. We really want the airport to actually run more flights and for air traffic to grow. And that's not particularly consistent with our other goals of, wanting to be more climate friendly and drive towards climate change. And I think in many ways our share of this airport does put us in a lot of conflict with other goals and responsibilities that we have. So for me, to take this particular asset and swap it for another asset, with some of the benefits that have already been outlined, I think it's a good thing. And I thank the Mayor for bringing these amendments, which obviously have given a degree of comfort to some of the other people around the table who might not have been so enthusiastic. But I'm a supporter of going forward in this way.
Councillor Chung.
I feel, I'm going to speak to the substantive first. I feel I've been, right from the beginning of this, when Councillor Brown sort of first mentioned it to me, I've been vehemently opposed to it, and in fact, I actually still am. However, I do feel Judy Brown to consider my constituents and to ask them. And I've been out, in the last 3 days, I've been out to many of them, and they've all come back to me and they've said, no, they don't want to sell it. But I think that their concerns are the same as mine, is that the money will go into some fund and it'll be whittled away by some future council, if not this one. But I do look at these amendments now, and I have to agree with Amendment 17, and this is probably the first time ever that I've actually agreed with Mayor Whānau, which is quite unusual. But I do agree with that. I don't agree with 15 and 16 because I guess my opinion on this is that if we're going to sell the shares in the airport, then I want the very, very best investment that we can actually find. So I don't want it restricted by any other conditions, but except to find the best return that we get, because I'm very concerned that we're not going to get as good a return in other investments as we can from the airport, because I do think that the airport, the business there will be increasing, they will be making more money, and so if we kept our shares, they would be increasing. And so I don't want to go back in a couple of years' time and say, hey, look, we only got 300 million for it in 2023, but in 2026 we can get 100, a billion, or whatever the figure is. So I'm concerned that that's the way it may go. So I don't want regrets in a few years' time. So I do want, if we do decide, and our constituents do decide that, yes, they're quite comfortable with selling the share, then I want to make sure that we actually do get the very, very best investment. So thank you. So this has been a bit of a reverse for me, so I'm not quite sure how to handle this. Thank you.
I don't really know whether to offer advice. A cup of tea. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I see a merit in this amendment. However, it looks like for me, it's like hypothetical. If this happens, we're going to do with this. I'm very happy to support this amendment once the paper comes back with consultation if we decide to sell the asset. But at this stage, I'm 100% against the asset sale. That is why I will not be supporting based on that. And I will be making in my speech when we come to substantive separately.
Right. I think that is all of the debate on the amendment. Would you like a right of reply, Mayor Whanau? No? Okay. We will vote. Do people want to take these separately? Yes. Okay. So we will start with a vote on 15. Been voting online. That is carried. And 16. Okay, we're just waiting for Councillor McNulty's vote.
Sorry, I've just walked in the door. What are we on, the substantive or the amendment?
No, we're on the second of the amendments, and you are very loud.
This is the sale of the Matawhenua?
It's to agree that if created, any investment fund would have strong environmental, social and governance criteria, and officers should provide advice on that.
Cool, yes.
Has he voted? Have you voted, Councillor?
Yeah, I've signalled yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is carried. We will now move on to the third amendment. Can we share that screen so Councillor McNulty can see? Sorry, we just might take a little bit longer for that. Can you see that, Ben?
Yep.
Great, thank you. All right, we will vote on that. That is carried. We now return back to the debate on the substantive. I think, Councillor Calvert, did you indicate you wish to speak?
Thank you. When the matter of Wellington Airport came up 2 years ago, I wanted to approve the sale of the shares, but I felt in that environment that it wasn't. I didn't have a sense of trust and confidence that this council would not use that money to either to pay down debt or to put the money into other things. And I believe then, and I still do now, that we overspent, and we've got that situation now. We overcommitted ourselves. And so I don't think it's been neglected. I think it's just, it was a different circumstances, a different time, and there's a different set of information available, and it was a different set of elected members around the table at that time. So I will be supporting the sale of the Wellington Airport shares. They're not one of our strategic assets so much. They're investment, and despite Councillor Brown's knowledge of the value of the shares, I would like to think that we can not only diversify our risks, but that we can potentially look at a way of earning more money, because we do need to find non-rates revenue streams that we don't currently have, so that any increases don't have to rely solely on increasing the rates as part of that. And I will just say, the balance sheet, if you read a set of accounts for a business or not-for-profit, you don't just read the balance sheet. You don't just read the profit or loss. You look at the set of accounts in their entirety to understand about the organisation, its performance, and also its future projections. And this is why I've really wanted more of the information we have had to be out there in the public arena, because we're discussing this now in public, and yet all the information that we have had, and I'm not talking about commercially sensitive information about what the value might be worth or where the value may be. I'm talking about the general trajectory of our finances, and that should be made public, and I hope that the information that we've received today does get made public, because I think it's really important, because whilst we might have one or two accountants around the table, we're not all accountants or chartered accountants, and we really need to make sure that we are enabling the public to also look at the information. And so whilst I'll be supporting Wellington Airport, I won't be supporting the sale of the ground leases, because I do not believe these are actually strategic. In fact, some of them are more strategic than probably even holding the airport shares, because they're in locations, especially around our central city. And I know we face sea level rise, but we're building lots of our own buildings right on the water's edge, so, the town hall and the library. So we can't say, well, we want to get rid of the ground leases because of sea level rise, when they're actually in spaces sometimes even safer than where we're building and putting hundreds of millions of dollars in. And also, these are strategic pieces of land, and when I look at some of us went out to see precinct properties of what they're doing around the city. And I've seen some of that work in Auckland, and how they're working with Auckland Council on strategic pieces of land and actually developing precincts up areas. And they're using some of that choice land that the council has owned and still owns in long-term leases in developing spaces. And when we talk about developing precincts, this is what we should be thinking of. And the other reason, with the ground leases, another thing is that we should be more public about what we're doing, because on one hand, we've said we want to take some of that ground lease money and invest in another project that the public aren't aware of. So we are not being transparent about what we are planning on doing. So I just think that we should not be going out selling our ground leases unless we actually understand that we are not missing a lot of strategic opportunity on any particular piece of land. And to say we go out and just consult on the whole lot, I think is really dangerous. So I won't be supporting that at this stage, because I believe that we should be leveraging off, and we should be asking our officers to come back and say, okay, what are we going to do with this piece of land? Can we work with the private sector? Can we look at developing a broader site? And actually that would be more prosperous for our city in terms of what might be developed there. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Madam Chair, first of all, I would like to ask you, according to the debating rule 20.5, if you can give me a permission to to do the reading from my paper, referring to my notes.
That's fine.
Kia ora whanau. I will be opposing this paper. I encourage each and every one of you to vote against the sale of our strategic asset in Wellington International Airport. Wellington City faces financial challenges. We all, like all other councils also, have a funding crisis. But selling our stake is not going to solve those problems. This is not the first time this council has considered asset sales. Where we have done so in the past, it has turned out to be the disaster for both the council and the city. Until 1990s, we owned an electricity company called Capital Power. And at the time, it was one of the best in the country, and the line was one of the cheapest in the country as well. And the mayor, Tim, with all due respect, I know you wanted to sell. This is my time. You better behave. So I think I can refer you. You can discuss later on. Madam Chair, you need to stop him. Otherwise, I will. Okay, so...
But I will chair the meeting and I will not have any interjections, but I will also not be threatened by councillors.
I was not threatening. What I mean is I'm just going to tell him to stop it. He is not. Thank you. So at the time, it was widely acknowledged to be well managed, highly competitive company, and with one of the lowest line charges in New Zealand. The mayor of the time said council would be better off selling it as it wasn't good investment. So the council sold it off shares to TransAlta for 120 million, 49% of it in 1992, again for 90 million, the 51% in 1996, respectively. TransAlta went in monopolizing the electricity in Wellington region. And they did it. They sold it for 560 only 4 years later. And the other company that bought from TransAlta sold it a few years later again for $800 million. So I'll ask you, councillors, in this case, who benefited? Capital Power or Wellington City Council, or even the city that we serve, our constituents? I fear we risk repeating the same mistakes. The paper claims we are not getting a high enough return for our share in the airport. The fact is, the airport makes money for the council. The council's 2022 pre-election report says the share in Wellington International Airport gave a higher dividend than the cost of borrowing. We also know for the year ending June 30, 2023, we got more than 20 million as a dividend, more than what the Wellington City Council expected. It is also important to note that information available suggested that in 1990, we bought this 34% only for about 17.4 million. Today, some figures suggest it's more than $500 million. That is a good investment. That is what a good investment looks like. And this in the future is going to bring more money with the expansion of airport. This is an example of great investment again. I'm also concerned we risk selling our assets below their market value. If I recall the figure right, we were told in one of the workshop, the 34%, I think this is public excluded, so I can't mention. I'll leave it there. But way, way more than what is already there now. I'm opposed to selling strategic assets, but I'm even more opposed to selling them below their market value. Councillor Paul talked about how we should influence the climate resilience. I would like to ask how sailing the whole is going to help us in influencing the Wellington Airport in becoming more climate resilient. We must remember that airport is a strategic asset, not just investing in corporate stock portfolio like Councillor Aponovich mentioned, ACC and Todd Foundation. This is a strategic where we can have influences in the direction of the airport go. It's also a long-term investment in the future of Wellington, and it's the most effective way to influence the airport's emission reduction, as I said. Finally, I want to point out that there is no public mandate for asset sales. That is, no one has asked for that. This exact issue was brought to Council in 2021 and was voted down. Wellingtonians didn't vote for asset sales at the 2022 local body election. It is hard to see why this is being brought up again now. We are told in one breeze that we must rush a decision on selling the airport now because of the city's financial trouble. Then we're told it's not even going to be paying for the debt. If some of our city's tenants think this is going to make their rent cheaper, if some of the single mothers who are really struggling think this is going to bring the rates down, it's not. The proposal is confused, it lacks mandate, and it risks repeating the mistake of the past. It has no place in this long-term plan. Wellingtonians are struggling with the rising cost of living, increasing rates and rents, and now cuts off core services, which we already voted about half an hour ago. A fire sale of our city's stake in Wellington Airport will solve none of the problems. It will make many residents lose even more faith in our council. As the paper says, council ownership and retention of the portfolio demonstrate confidence in Wellington. If it goes through and is voted for consultation, I will not waste a minute in campaigning with the community to stop the sale. I urge my fellow councillors to vote against the sale of our city's airport share. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. The most important thing that a city can do is to keep its citizens safe. That's the number one priority. We spend a lot of money on that. We waste arguably a lot of money on that. We have Remo. We contribute a lot of money to specifically address the risk of living in this city. It's a wonderful city, but we are subject to not only storms, which all of New Zealand is subject to, but we have the highest earthquake risk in the country, indeed in the whole of Australasia, is this city. For me, this decision is not about getting the maximum rate of return or maintaining strategic assets. It's about making sure that this council can react should the big one hit. Because let's face it, if we have a force 7 or a force 8 earthquake, and it's probably when more than if, I'm not so sure of the value of Wellington shares will be maintained. I'm not even sure if Wellington Airport will be in existence in any real sense, certainly not for a long period of time. We've seen the effect of a much smaller earthquake on Christchurch and how that's taken years and hundreds of millions of dollars to remedy. I'm also concerned that if we don't have the resilience, financial resilience behind us, that we're going to fall back again on the ratepayers, and going to ratepayers and taxpayers after an earthquake when they have their own struggles is the wrong thing to do. I think what is the right thing to do? Yes, we've got a great city and we've got lots of investment. We're going to make the city better, I'm sure of that. But the prudent thing to do is to expect the best, but plan for the worst. And this is part of that plan. And I thank the officers for putting together a package that I think is much more acceptable than was put there before. I also remind councillors too that really this important decision is not ours. It's for the public. We're not deciding on whether to sell airport shares. We're deciding to go and put this proposal, this solution to make our city more financially resilient to the public. And I think they have a right to have a say about this. And for that reason, I urge you to give them that chance, because that is what this vote's about. So I urge you to support putting this potential solution to the public so they can have a say. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Just a very brief comment in respect of the earlier colleague. If he is going to launch a campaign against this progressing, I hope that he gets a proper fact check of anything he says or writes. But I'd just like to make a point about why we're doing this. At the moment, as you all know, we're investing $400 million in a sludge minimisation facility. We're investing $265 million in a new town hall. We're investing $200 million in a new library. We've just invested over about $200 million in a convention centre. We have pipes, a pipe network that we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in that has a replacement cost of almost $8 billion. We do not have insurance for those assets. It is completely obscene that we would be investing $400 million in a sludge minimisation without insurance cover to actually protect ourselves in the event of a disaster destroying the value of that property. That building is on a fault line. It is completely absurd that we would be investing this money, all of which is justified on having a long-term value out of those investments without insurance. What we're doing here is we are helping to future-proof the city against a major earthquake, which we all know is a when, not an if situation. So anybody who is opposed to this program, this progressing and going to public consultation, is effectively willing to be utterly irresponsible with the assets of the city and the fact that we are investing such a huge amount of money without the ability to be able to rebuild them.
Councillor Young.
So I have consistently voted against the sale of the airport shares on the various times it has come up, because I was always very concerned that the proceeds would be squandered, because councils are very good at spending money, not mentioning anything in particular. The truth is, I absolutely love airports, and I love the way the airport was transformed when Infratil took over a majority share. We got rid of the de Havilland hangar. We got a decent terminal. You know, absolutely transformational. But apart from my love of the airports, it's an investment. And the key to investing is spreading risk. And just as if you have some money on the share market, you don't just buy one share unless you're stupid. You buy a range of shares, and usually across a range of sectors, and usually, if you have a little more, internationally as well. So I'm very reassured by the restrictions on future profligacy. And I want us to sell the airport share. I think it's a good idea, and to invest the proceeds, preferably abroad. And I also support the sale of ground leases. We have to get some money coming into the coffers. And also, the ground lease sales may produce some really exciting buildings in our city.
Councillor Chung, have you already spoken to the substantive? No. No. Okay, very quickly. Remember the question.
Sorry, are we voting on the sale of the airport shares and the ground leases together?
There will be two separate amendments in the same paper. So you will, and I will take them separately.
Great, thank you.
Then I think we go to Councillor Panovich for his right of reply.
Can I ask for the vote to be recorded? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I'm back. A couple of comments. The environmental nature of this investment fund is common practice now. ESG is throughout the investment sector, so it's not unusual. I'll give you one example. ANZ investment strategy is right up the top there. You'll see here that we have a number of views from the proponents of this, from Mayor Whānau, from Councillor Brown, Councillor Pennant and myself, which all sort of interlink but focus on different parts of this. And that's the key to this. We're not just looking at selling an asset. We're looking at asset recycling, which is a great term, Andrea, love it. So when we need to look at the whole process of what is going on here, why we're doing it, and not become focused on individual assets, which some people may say are strategic and a lot of people will say they're not. You know, why do we own the ground lease for Tony's Tyre Service? It's weird, but we're not going to sell all our ground leases. We may sell some. There may be some in there, Councillor Calvert, which we do actually want to focus on because we can put together a strategy to improve that. So overall, again, I'll reiterate, look at our balance sheet. This is what we're doing here. We are creating resilience for the city. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to a vote. So we will take 7A and B separately. Is there anything else that people want to take separately?
So can I have the amendments up on screen?
Yes, we will do it. Do you want to do 7A, 7B and then the rest? Okay. All right, and we've had the request for a division on those votes, all of those votes? Okay, so 7A is the Wellington Airport. That is carried. And then we will vote on 7B, which is the sale of some or all of the council's ground lease portfolio. Yes, all of this is just for consultation. That is carried. We will now vote on all remaining clauses. That is carried. We will now take a short wharepaku break and then we'll get on to our other business, which hopefully will be mercifully brief. us do this all as quickly as possible. I am going to chair the Jesus out of this. Right, so we're going to move on the Q1 report. And I note that we had a very fulsome Q&A session which was live streamed. So I would welcome Stephen and Andrea, who I believe are not going to say anything.
Correct.
All right. I am going to move the Q1 reporting, and Councillor Panovich is going to second. Is there any debate? No, we will proceed directly to a vote. Yeah. That is carried. We are now going to move on to the CCO. Q1 report.
Chair, I don't think I'll even sit down.
Okay. I am going to move this, and Councillor Panovich is going to second. Is there any debate? They're going to come to the next meeting, so we're going to have an opportunity to talk to the CCOs before the end of the year. Deputy Mayor Foon.
We've just got to acknowledge that Zealandia just won the New Zealand Tourism Awards Supreme winner. We've got to acknowledge it. So, yeah, big ups to them.
Yay, Zealandia. I will now put the... Oh, no, I genuinely mean it, and a wonderful AGM that I was lucky to attend, and that was obviously an organisation in fine form. We will go to the vote. We're voting on CCO's report. We will now move on to the Council submission on the draft National Policy Statement for Natural Hazard Decision Making. We're going to put the timer on though, Iona. Sean, is there anything you'd like to say?
Very good. Only that the government has released a national policy statement on natural hazards. It is an RMA instrument designed to bring district plans across the country into a common understanding of natural hazards and to start along the road of climate adaptation in this area. Our submission has concentrated mainly on avoiding matters of ambiguity and doubt as the NPS introduces new language.
Are there any questions? There are none. I will move the paper. Councillor O'Neill is going to second. Councillor Pannett.
Briefly.
The timer is on.
9 pages. It is a very thin document for what is an extremely complex topic, and I hope that the new government will do some more work on this. It's hopeless. And I guess the other point I'd like to make is, you know, one of my problems with the district planning process was that I felt that we undercooked risk to a large extent. The last debate was actually extremely helpful, but we do need to take a much more circumspect approach to development. We've got problematic land all over the city, and so we are going to have to get better at engineering but also better at planning. Kia ora.
Is there any further debate? We will put the motion. One thing we haven't undercooked is this meeting. It's overcooked. That is carried. Submission on Regional Policy Statement Variation 1.
As you may be aware, the Regional Council is going through the process of hearings on the Regional Policy Statement. During that process, they have discovered that they need to do a variation, which is a change to a plan that hasn't yet been finalised. Before you is a submission that deals with that variation. I've brought Adam McCutcheon, our district plan team leader, to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Yeah, so I've told you, I think the wording's really weak. I'm just wondering why you changed it after the Regional Council did consultation with mana whenua, because I've had some feedback that that is a slightly uncomfortable thing then to vote in support of officer advice.
Sure, through the chair. So the proposed amendment from council staff is changing the wording to say that water is sustainably managed for people's health and well-being and for the quality of the environment. The reason which that wording has been recommended is to recognise that there will be circumstances, despite our best efforts to invest in the infrastructure network and the water network to ensure we don't have issues like overflows and mixing of water, there will be times where we are not able to ensure that the network does not compromise the health of waterways. So this amendment is to recognise that there will be times where it is reasonable to assume that test of do not compromise cannot be achieved.
Councillor Chung.
Sorry, what was the change you made? Was it just adding the word sustainable?
Get rid of not compromise.
Oh, I see. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, and sorry to be so short with you both. I will move the paper. Councillor Panovich will second. We won't speak, but Councillor Pennant would like to. Let's put the timer on, though.
No, this is an important issue. I'd like to urge you all to vote against this paper. And look, I shouldn't be speaking for Holden, but like that was the conversation that was had last night. That if it had gone to consultation with mana whenua, so why is the wording being changed? So I will not be supporting this. I mean, as an environmentalist, absolutely not. We have to look after the why. The sustainable management language is very, very 1990s RMA, and we've done far too much compromising. So I think we should stick with the wording that's been consulted on, done by the Regional Council, who's obviously got responsibility for the whole document. We've made some great environmental decisions today. Some I felt a little bit tricky, so let's just stand up for the water. Kia ora.
Councillor Randall?
Yes, I think officers spotting this. We live in a real world, and so I urge you to support this. One of the things that's a concern to me is this being such a overarching document that will guide us into the future. Having a phrase like does not compromise could have significant implications to the plans that are put forward under the guidance of this document, whereas, and as the officer has outlined, saying we will never do something sets a very, very high bar when they recommend that sustainably manages is the bar that they need to have in the plan. So I urge you to support this because it is important that we have plans that are not only aspirational and working towards a better environment, but are also achievable. And we're making very hard decisions around this. This is part of that picture. So thank you.
Apologies, officers, I've left you sitting awkwardly at the table. You do not have to sit at the table. Pauiwi Kelly.
Oh, yeah, just very quickly, Madam Chair, I support this, and I haven't heard anything. Holden didn't give me any direction that he was against this, so I would ask that councillors do support the recommendation.
All right, if there's no further debate, we will go to a vote. Yes, we can. Sorry. That is carried. We will now move on to the Actions Tracking Forward programme. We'll take the paper as read. Moved. Councillor O'Neill, seconded. Councillor Abdurrahman. Is there any questions or debate? There appears to be none. We will go to the vote.
just want to make a comment, sorry. Look, this is the second meeting that we've had where we've had a really big paper and we haven't had time to debate the quarterly performance report or the quarterly performance reports for the CCOs. So could I would like to ask officers to think about our agendas, and when we've got a big meaty or couple of meaty papers, that we actually think how best that we can actually give due consideration to papers that we should be monitoring properly as a governing council.
Councillor Brown, did you wish to speak?
Right. I'd just like to endorse Diane's comments. I feel that there's been a lot of comment, a lot of discussion about the Town Hall project and about the need for councillors to be more informed about major projects and how things are going. And so to rush through this without a proper Q&A is really disappointing.
No, we did have a proper Q&A, you just weren't there.
Oh, right, yeah.
We did have a very good Q&A, but the point is made that we haven't had an opportunity to discuss. I would also note that is not just up to officers, that is also up to us in terms of how we manage our time. But a point made. I will now put that paper, the actions tracking, etc. forward program. That has carried. I just want to extend my thanks to all of the massive mahi that has gone behind today's meeting. Elise, who was an absolute hero, Stephen and Andrea and their teams in particular. And Joel, are you still there, Joel? Unuhia, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū, koe ara e rongo, whakaeria ake ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.